coming after the conference and watching our sessions, following our sessions. Professor Bârzea, after my introduction, I will kindly invite you to open the discussion for a very clear reason. You have worked and you have contributed a lot in the last 30 years to this topic of education and citizenship, public participation. And
how many minutes do you give me for that?
You are the professor.
Okay, so you are the moderator.
Yeah, we have 50 minutes for all, but
so I think 10 to 15 minutes is okay.
No. Maximum 8-9 minutes for you. Your intervention would be longer, and after that, we'll start the discussion.
Okay.
Because yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago, I was moderating another session, and I was too optimistic considering we have the time of 2 rounds.
This is true. Yeah, this is always the case.
And we were 4. Today we will be 6. Because
we're live now on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you very much. We still wait a little bit for 5 minutes. First of all the speakers to join, and secondly, the other participants registered willing to follow the session.
Anjani, can you start, please?
Yeah. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, all of you. We are in the 3rd day of the conference. So a very warm welcome to day 3 of the Education for Human Security International Conference. We have 2 parallel sessions, as you may know. You are in stream A. If you wish to attend the session at stream B, please check the chat window for the link. You will also find there links to the live sessions on YouTube. The video recordings of yesterday's proceedings and the day before are available on the WAS website. We are also including an open discussion session today, where you can share your feedback with us about the proceedings of the conference. So please check session 14B in the agenda to know more about this session. We will now watch a video on the Human Security for All campaign.
In a rapidly changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Hi everyone, my name is Remus Pricopie. We are 2 minutes in advance, but we'll start. We still wait for two speakers to join, but they will join. Till this will happen, let me say a few words in the opening of this session, which is a very short session of 50 minutes, about the idea of this session, what are our objectives. World Academy of Art and Science has organized for many years different conferences on education, or with a very important focus on education. In the last 8-10 years, the organization decided to have every year, but due to the pandemic, we couldn't do every year, a conference focused just on education. And this time, the topic of this 6th conference is education and human security, a topic which has been studied by our members for many, many years, and somehow has a history started 1960, when the theoretical discussions about growth, development, the limit of development, the mistakes that we are doing related to our environment, sustainable development, and somehow this concept evolved, and we are more and more speaking today about the security, human security. And the question is how education can contribute to this topic. In the last moment of organizing the conference, Gary, and I'm happy we have here our president, together with other colleagues, and also I had a contribution, we realized there are two elements that can contribute to the outcomes of the conference. The idea of the international dimension, multilateralism, and education, and that was a session which took place 2 days ago. And the second session, which we added in the last moment, is this one: citizenship, public participation, and human security. Because in fact, everything starts with the idea of the meaning of education. Why we are educating our kids? Are we educating our kids to know math and history and geography and music? For sure we do, but this is not a final end. Maybe the first purpose of education is to build citizens, people, adults being able to interact in and contribute to their communities. And for this reason, we decided the component of citizenship, of public participation, these are important topics when we speak about human security. How can a population contribute to human security if they have not been taught to be part of community? That means citizenship. For today, I invited very dear friends to me. I have had the pleasure to meet him during my careers, and I will start with Cezar Bârza, professor to my university, but I met him as many years ago as director of the Romanian Research Institute on Education Science. And for 30 years, Professor Cezar Bârza led the discussion at Romanian and I would say European level on the concept of education and dynamic of education policies. Professor Bârza also used to work with the Council of Europe on this very specific topic, citizenship. And I will kindly invite in 1-2 minutes Professor Bârza to start, in fact, this session. Betsy Bowes, for many years, a high-level administrator in higher education, rector, president, and also playing an important role globally as a member of International Association of Universities and other organizations. Fernando Galvan, professor in Alcalá University, former rector, and I would say, an ambassador of European Union, Latin America academic relationship, because he founded and led for more than 8-9 years, I think, the platform who catalyzed the cooperation between Latin America and the European Union, Permanent Academic Forum, we call. Will join us later, I hope. There will be no connection problems. Claudia Costin, former Minister of Education in a region in Brazil, and Senior Director for Education in the World Bank. And in last but not least, Ligia Deca, Romanian Minister of Education. Now, in this moment, she is in a press conference after a governmental meeting, but she promised she will join our session. Let me finish this introduction with 2 ideas. Firstly, all our conferences, last conferences, were organized in a more modernized way. So everything online recorded, and you can go back to see what we were discussing in December 2021 about education. So these sessions are also recorded and immediately available online. And the novelty for this year, we will try to encourage the participants to this conference to write down their ideas and finally to publish a collective book with a well-known publishing house. And we believe this will be a scientific value to have a written version of this conference. Thank you very much once again to all participants. And now I will kindly ask Professor Bârзea for 8-9 minutes to present to us his views.
Thank you very much. Actually, we need much more time to discuss this kind of issues like citizenship, human security, education. So I'll try to focus and concentrate on some specific aspects of this relationship between citizenship and human security, which is quite new. I recognize that during my time with the Council of Europe, we have different approach, citizenship and social cohesion. There are different wordings. So we have to clarify a bit what we are talking about. So for that, I propose you to start from 3 inputs, which you find in all research projects devoted to this issue of citizenship, and perhaps also more recently on a new dimension on human security. The first one is that all rights are equally important. So there is no hierarchy of rights. This is very important to stress, because in some public policies, we support mostly other aspects, as for instance, civic participation, less than social rights, and even less than cultural rights. So the idea is that citizenship implies an equality of rights. And I suppose that is the same for human security. By the way, in my doctorate school, we encourage a new paradigm related to these issues, namely societal security, which is promoted by the Copenhagen School, and has to do with equality and diversity of securities. We have to promote not only military and violent security or non-violent approach, but all dimensions of public policies. And we see how important it is in the case of pandemic. The pandemic was not only a health issue. We the whole society was disturbed by this problem. The second issue I would propose to start with is the fact that we have to promote a balance between rights and responsibilities. This is easy to say, but it's difficult to put it in practice because all our documents, particularly binding documents, stress the legal aspects and the responsibility of the state to protect citizenship rights. The fact is that in most of the national documents and international documents as well, like the UN Declaration of Human Rights and other, the European Charter of Rights, the focus is on the legal aspects, the protection of human rights, because this is an imbalance between the citizens and the state, and the rights of the citizens became the priority. What about responsibilities? Because we have to take care of the moral consequences of rights. Actually, they are not. They do not have the same status. The responsibilities are the moral consequence of rights. At the end of '90s, it was an initiative in UN, the so-called Interaction Group, composed by head of states, led by the Canadian Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Prime Minister, and their initiative was to produce a similar document with the same power as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They worked almost 1 year on that. They involved many experts, but the outcome was quite horrific because the result was a strong emphasis on responsibilities and obligations. And the point was how to put in to assure the balance between rights and responsibilities. This is an open question. We have to promote, of course, the responsibilities, like the responsibility to actively participate in the public sphere, and there are others which are a consequence of the legal entitlements of the citizens. So this is a question which is not solved at the international level, not at the national level, but is kept in mind. We had a project in our doctorate school on responsibilities of the elites, and we promoted we have introduced a curriculum for social responsibility of leaders, and we face the same problem as always at the level of discourse, at the level of theory, of the level of the language, no problems. But the problem is when we have the power, we have the decision making, and you have to take into consideration this possible and desirable balance between rights and responsibilities. The third point I would like to mention is has to do with the similarities and possible interchange of experiences between education for citizenship and education for human security. If you look at the manual for education for human security produced under the umbrella of UN Commission for Human Security, you find there are a lot of learning practices common with the education for citizenship. It's practically the same pedagogical approach. But there are some specificities in my content related, particularly, but so there are overlappings. For instance, both share the very concept of empowerment as the key educational strategy to do with human rights education and education for human security. So these are three aspects. I think we could reflect on it, but I have some more. Okay, I'll stop here then. I understand.
I was not signaling you. I was signaling Claudia Costin, welcoming Claudia. She just joined.
But I don't see her on the screen actually.
Yeah. Please, Professor Bârza, conclude. It was not a sign for you.
Let's collect some comments, and then we could have an exchange of views.
Thank you.
Actually, initially I was prepared to address the conference and the panel discussion based on my experience at the level of projects. I mean, I'm coordinator of PhD programs, research programs on citizenship. So we could illustrate these general remarks with inputs from this experience. So.
Thank you, Professor Bârza. I have a question and I don't have an answer. What kind of citizenship? Romanian citizenship, European citizenship, Arizona state citizenship, global citizenship, because that is an issue, and maybe here educators have to play a role in order to nuance at least statements like my country first. Sure, so, my country can be first, but could be also alone facing disasters, global disasters. And again, I think as educator, as intellectual, we have to discuss, debate, and try to promote a public understanding. There are different layers of citizenship. I am proud I am a Romanian citizenship, but I would like to be proud I am a global citizenship and the European citizenship. Betsy, what do you think about the role of education and what exactly should we do? Because the question of citizenship is the fact that we cannot grade. In mathematics, we can grade our students.
If I
Betsy, Professor Bârza, I would kindly like Betsy to answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Remus, and thank you for that introduction a few minutes ago. On the citizenship question, I think it's all of the above, that we are a citizen of our country, of our university, a citizen of the world, and need to address all of those. Can I go ahead and proceed with some of my comments?
Please.
Okay. All right. This is such an important topic, human security, that it needs to be taught, and it needs to be taught not just at the university, it needs to be taught beginning in primary school and secondary school and everywhere. There's so much going on, at least in the US, on this, and obviously the rest of the world, given this conference and the important things we're talking about, that I want to address an organizational initiative that is a national initiative in the US. I've done a lot of work with ASCU over the years. ASCU is the American Association of State Colleges and Universities. And this is a membership organization of about 400 universities, public universities. We believe that the future of American democracy lies in its state colleges and universities, that it is these students that are going to shape the future of America. And so it's important that we do it right. We are the largest, the public universities educate first-generation students, low-income students, Black, Latina, Indigenous students, transfer students. And so we are not the creme de la creme that students come in at the top of their class and leave at the, ready to take over the world. we're serving the new majority of Americans. So it's very important to get that right. We like to think that these universities are dream machines, that it alters the trajectory of the lives of our students and their families and contributes to a more competitive workforce. So one of the projects that ASCU has been doing for many years now, probably close to 20 years, in education and citizenship and public participation in human security is the American Democracy Project. And this was created to ensure that all students in public universities receive a quality civic education. We want to make sure that students are empowered to be engaged and to lead the future of our democracy. It reaches into all areas of academic and student life. It brings together faculty from across disciplines, across those silos and institutions. It gets involved in the curriculum and deliberative dialogue. Some of these national initiatives include, and I'm going to have to read some of this list because I can't remember all of them, global civic literacy, reimagining campus and community partnerships, economic literacy project, deliberative dialogue institute, voter education and engagement, digital polarization, global challenges, political ideology diagnostic, diagnostic citizen science for citizens, stewardship of public lands, and the list goes on and on, all of these under the umbrella of the American Democracy Project. We have hundreds of campuses that are focusing on civic engagement, community service, and outreach. So we're creating awareness for millions of students to develop the awareness, knowledge, and skills to be informed and engaged citizens. Each university approaches this a little differently, but we've got millions of people involved in any given year. One of these is the ASCU Civic Learning and Democratic Engagement Project. So there's a lot of projects under that. This includes a lot of campus initiatives, voter education, voter registration, professional development, days of reflection, speakers, award programs, and a lot of other things. And one of the interesting award programs, it's too late for this year, but it's in its 11th year, and it's called It's Up to Us. And student teams compete to consider complex policy problems and to develop initiatives, innovative and equitable solutions and initiatives. They focus on the rising national debt, climate concerns, affordability of higher education, rising healthcare costs, and they have to propose solutions to this. And so they're dealing with the competing aspects of policymaking, policy development, fiscal management, political feasibility, and so on. We have a number, I think it's 35 universities that compete each year in this. There's a cash prize for the winning team. In fact, for all of the top 5 teams, they are invited to our program on this that we hold every year. And so it's just one example. So we're trying to approach it, nationally, but yet it's a grassroots initiative for each university to do what they like.
Thank you very much, Betsy. I just saw Ligia Deca joining us, and coming from the real life of politics, policies on education, fights for budget and for different ideas. I will let Ligia to accommodate a little bit with our discussion. And if Claudia would like to have the floor, especially considering that Claudia was not just Minister of Education in a region in Brasilia, but she had the chance to see the global perspective from the World Bank position as a senior education leader, senior director for education. Claudia, please. The mic, Claudia, the mic. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So first, thank you for inviting me to such an important discussion. I work a lot with what we call in my country basic education, which is primary and secondary education, but I'm located at an university, Fundação Getúlio Vargas, and I study and research and advise on educational policies. And I'm a strong believer in education for citizenship, in trying to build a safer world. The world cannot be safe if people hate one another and don't understand, and if they don't understand the interconnected communities where they need to be citizens. And responding to your question, Remus, that you just posed, I am a citizen of Brazil, or I'm a citizen of the globe, or no, I'm a member of different communities, and as such, a citizen. And we need to educate kids to be citizen of their schools, citizen of their city, citizens of their country, and citizens of the globe. And it's funny that it was in the 90s that Jacques Delors has established the 4 pillars of education. He was just living just the beginning of Europe as a unit. And he said that the European kids need to learn 2 things that normally are on opposing fields. Learning to be well established with their identity, and at the same time learning to live together. I do not define, said Monsieur Jacques Delors, my identity as French as opposite as the identity of the Germans. So the child needs to learn early on to be a citizen of his or her own country and of Europe and of the planet, which is easy to say and very hard to do, because it's easier to hate than to love, especially when we deal with diversity. So I think that this theme is very important. And quoting another university specialist, Joseph Aoun, who wrote a very intriguing book called Robot-Proof Higher Education. He said that we have to develop, be it in primary and secondary education or in universities, the students to have cultural flexibility, which means understanding his or her own culture and at the same time being able to appreciate traits of other culture that may be different than his or her own culture, which poses complicated questions, especially when we talk about democracy. Because should I respect autocracy? Definitely not. But learning that transformation from autocracy to democracy takes time and needs to be built, and education plays a vital role in this, might help a lot. So those are my initial words, just to provoke some reflections and be able to understand your own perspective. Just to finalize, one final comment on politics. My country...
I think, Claudia, just a second. I think there are 2 mics open to Professor Bârza and to Gary Jacobs, just to hear you correctly. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can go. Yeah, Claudia. Thank you.
So just to bring my personal perspective, I live in a country where there was a military rule, a military dictatorship. There was a difficult but interesting process of redemocratizing beginning in the 1980s. I was myself in jail for being an active student, university student, I was able to be liberated before the end of the dictatorship. But it is not very easy to learn about the importance of the institutions of democracy and the vital role it plays in building peace and security. So I'm personally committed to this issue, and we just ended the term of a president that was preaching for the return of dictatorship, Jair Bolsonaro, and he tried twice to create some conditions for a military coup. Fortunately, he not only was unsuccessful because the militaries that didn't support him in this, and at the end, his opponent won the elections, which he contests. But that's what happened in the end. Thank you. Those are my initial comments.
Thank you, Claudia. And if I may, because I am very proud, Claudia, also, if she wants, can be a Romanian citizen, because Claudia has roots to Romania, and unfortunately, her father has to leave Romania in a moment when communists started to take over the country. So thank you, Claudia, for joining. I will still let Ligia a little bit because she just rejoined now. Fernando.
Well, thanks a lot, Remus. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really appreciate that you have invited me to be part of this panel, which is a pleasure to meet and colleagues and share this time with all of you. I'm going to try to answer your question about which citizenship, because I think that's crucial. But on the other hand, I think I think it was Claudia who said that. I think it was Claudia or Bessie, excuse me if I'm wrong, but we belong to different citizenships, that's clear. So one is our national, even our local citizenship, and the others, of course, is the regional one or the global one, and we are part of that. And higher education for citizenship, what does it mean? Well, I was thinking of a particular issue, for instance, in a country, the United Kingdom. Last year, they passed a law in Parliament in the UK, which is entitled Skills and Post-16 Education Act 2022. What does it mean? What's the connection with what we are talking about? Well, there is a very clear connection. It is that according to the new British law, there is an encouragement for communities from local to regional communities within the UK to provide education after the year, 16, so when they are getting into tertiary education, basically, to provide education which is important and relevant for their own communities, from local to regional, national communities. And this issue, which was very polemical in the UK, because there is even some provision in the law to punish those communities, those institutions which do not provide sufficient education related to the community. You know what I'm talking about. So the labor market, industry, etc. So of course, this is a polemical issue. But on the other hand, if you look at what we are doing at the European level, so the European higher education area, there are studies and there are committees working in that. And there was a document approved in Rome by the ministers in the year 2020, which basically says that higher education should be, and all of us agree on that, I'm sure, a lifelong option. What we know as, this lifelong education, education for the whole life, that higher education is not only for the cohort of students being 18 to 25, for instance, but that people who have a profession and want to get back and get extra training when they are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, etc., the institutions of higher education should provide for that. And well, that is another issue that is global nowadays, but we are insisted on that at the European level. And particularly that document approved in Rome talks about an inclusive approach to involve wider communities in higher education. Inclusive approach to include wider communities means not only the academic community, which means further social levels. That includes industry, of course, and jobs, etc. We cannot forget that there is a very interesting study. I have the data here. The World Economic Forum report in the year 2020 said that for 2025, which is just around the corner, there will be, they say, 85 million jobs that will be displaced by a shift in the division of labor, basically, as we know, new technologies. So we have new technologies replacing many people, in fact. And well, that issue is certainly an issue for higher education to provide and to think about it. And then also another region in which I'm very closely interested, and you mentioned that in your introduction, Remus, is of course Latin America and the Caribbean. And the UNESCO has worked through the institution that they have there, ESALC, in a program which is entitled The Futures of Higher Education. They published a report last year in preparation for the UNESCO conference, the World UNESCO conference in Barcelona. And that report is entitled 10 Axes for Thinking About Tomorrow, Higher Education in Latin America and the Caribbean. And they insist again, first of all, on a crucial issue, which is that all education, and that includes higher education, should be interpreted as a, I quote, social public good, a human and universal right, and a duty of the state in the region. And this means that experts in higher education who have been examining the regional needs present a list of 10 axes, 10 lines of development of higher education in the region. And basically they coincide with many others in the rest of the world. So I'm going to give only the titles of the 10 axes. One is the impact of COVID-19, of course, on higher education in Latin America, but that, of course, could be applied to the whole world. The other is the connection between higher education and the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations SDGs. The other is inclusion in higher education, and that is connected with, I think, very interestingly, with the first issue that Professor Butzia presented, and particularly the responsibility. That's something I would like to talk about if we have time later on. Then the other is data and knowledge production, which is basic in modern society and in economics. The other is the academic mobility in higher education, crucial to offer our students, our graduates, a real training for their future. A sixth one would be international cooperation to enhance all sorts of synergies, and that is again crucially related to a global understanding of citizenship. The other, of course, is financing higher education everywhere in the world. The other is quality and relevance of programs. Some people have said many universities are now irrelevant to what our students really need. Some of us are teaching the same things as we did 50 years ago. And we cannot go on like that, because the world has changed dramatically in this period, and universities should change accordingly. And the other is, of course, the governance of higher education. This is clearly connected with responsibility, which is a crucial issue of our education for citizenship. And finally, the last one is preparing for the future, for the futures in the plural, of higher education and of the world, because our students now, they will be living in a completely different world in 20 or 30 years' time. I don't want to take more time, Remu, but I just wanted to, trying to answer your question with the diversity of what citizenship is globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Before to introduce Ligia, we have a question which I think is very important to try to answer. Len Anderson is asking what exactly we mean by citizenship. Isn't it related specifically to the legal status of citizens in a nation state? You can be a conscious member of a community and humanity, but is that citizenship? Why I started this discussion with education and citizenship? Because if you look at definitions of education in different countries, for a long period of time, more than 100 years, more or less, you will find in these national definitions of the concept of education, you will find three pillars. One pillar will be personal development. So education is for personal development of each kid. The second one is labor market, and the third one is citizenship. And somehow, maybe the crisis of education, there are many sources, but maybe one of the reasons for different crises of education in different countries, it's exactly the fact that we don't understand why and how we are educating our kids. And this is one component of my answer. The second one, in Europe, for example, we already use the citizenship term for national citizenship, European citizenship, and has a legal status, the concept of European citizenship, but has also a symbolical status. The concept, I am European, I am Romanian, but also I am European. But I would like to be also a global citizen. And that is what Professor Bârza said, citizenship is associated to rights and obligations towards state. But why we don't have rights and obligation towards the globe? Again, I'm not saying this is the correct answer, it's my opinion, but let me introduce to you a global citizen. Ligia Deca used to be student while I was deputy minister for higher education many years ago, and she was a Romanian citizen because she was a leader of students, Romanian students union. So we were supposed to fight because generally students are fighting with the ministry, but we didn't fight. She was also an European citizen because she was elected president of the European Student Union twice for 2 years. And she's also a global citizen because her academic area is international dimension of education with a PhD on this topic in Luxembourg. For a couple of years, she led the European Bologna Process Secretariat, being the youngest ever doing this, not in Romania, but in Europe. She served as advisor of the president of Romania for 8 years. And today she is doing education. Now she is in the building of the government because she just left the cabinet meeting, fighting, because all good ministers have to fight, for introducing a new legislation on the education area. Ligia, thank you for making time to join our session. And I think, considering the time, we'll conclude with you. So you have 7-8 minutes.
Thank you very much, distinguished director, dear Remus, dear fellow panelists. It's my honor to be invited to this panel, and I must confess, it's a pleasure for me to talk about the role of higher education when it comes to building citizenship at any level, and also the role of higher education when it comes to in general upholding democratic societies. Indeed, I was just in the cabinet meeting where we launched in interministerial approval the new laws for both primary and secondary education, but also for higher education. As Ramos mentioned, I wore many hats during my years working for education. And I remember some time ago my role as a student representative and how it was based on this idea that if we have democratic universities, then we will have democratic societies. And that's why, as a student representative, I remember always fighting for students having a voice, a real voice, because if they were used to having a voice in the university regarding their own studies, they would then go on, more often than not, to be very much involved when it comes to the life of their countries, societies, and so on. I also think the role of students in a university does not extend solely to their apprenticeship. It also has to do with their contribution to the role of universities for preparation for democratic citizenship, as the Council of Europe coined it. I think students have this way of going outside from the university and being involved in various projects, extracurricular activities, hobbies, and so on, and then coming back and bringing the life of society, if I can use this term, inside the university, together with the debates that society carries on. And then I think the university has this very important role of allowing that safe space for debate and finalizing one's own character and value system. I also saw many interesting ideas in the European context lately. I think we've talked a little bit, or when talking about regional initiatives, we've mentioned European University Initiative, and how one of the biggest parts of that initiative is how to create a European identity, so to speak. So universities across Europe from various countries with various profiles are linking together in an enhanced form of cooperation with the ultimate goal of creating European campuses. Now, I don't think they will be physical. I think they will be rather symbolical, and they will be substantiated by various cooperation programs, exchanges, common approaches when it comes to the curricula, and also an excellent way of having a dialogue between different national higher education systems. And here, I think that I saw this in many European university applications, as I was part of the group of experts some time ago that evaluated some of these applications. Many networks of universities proposed so-called democracy innovation labs, where universities would actually use their academic communities and gather the private sector, public authorities, NGOs, and debate the problems of their communities and of communities of their partner universities, and try to find solutions and then spill over the solutions to the society. And I think that's an interesting development, and it's an interesting development backed up by European money. And I think we will probably see more of these approaches, because if we look at the past years, our global challenges can only be met by global solutions. And I think you can only generate global solutions through networks of very good people, which are usually working in universities. Finally, I would like to mention the Educated Romania Vision Building Project. The president of Romania, a teacher himself, when he was elected in his first mandate, he said that a sustainable Romanian society for the future can only be founded on a very solid ground when it comes to education. So he bet against the style in which public policies were developed in Romania until then. Basically, they were expert-based policies. A group of experts would develop a law, and then the society would be consulted, and then it would be passed or assumed by the political majority. He said that society needs to discuss, gain ownership, come to a common conclusion, and then solutions can be launched. Because without ownership of educational reforms, very few actually come to fruition. So he started this process called Educated Romania with a debate with the whole society for a whole year, with everyone involved, with various instruments, starting from how we want the society to look like, and then seeing how education can help us build that society. This process lasted for 6 years. It was the longest and most grounded on various consultation instruments, like, for example, Delphi foresight exercises, consultations, expert work with the OECD, and so on. And what was generated was a vision together with a series of technical reports that were then transformed into the current laws that we are now trying to pass through the government and then send to the parliament. Why is this interesting? It's interesting because in 2016, education was talked about, but not as a main topic. It wasn't a main topic of conversation. Elections were fought and won over other subjects, not necessarily education. Now, education is a center subject. And regardless of how political parties differ on the solutions, I think everyone agrees on the problem and on the need to solve them. And I think this is a huge step forward. Because in the end, if we don't have strong and democratic educational systems, we won't have strong and democratic societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ligia, for your presentation. Yes, as a Romanian, Professor Cezar Bârza also know very well. In Romania, we have debated even in a very effervescent and somehow conflictual way. Even today, we have some topics heavily discussed, but that is good because you hear different opinions and also you clarify. For example, I assessed yesterday a little bit what are the topics still debated in conflict. 3, 4, 5. But 6 years ago, there were 50. So at least we clarified many subjects, many ideas, and also we can, I am optimistic, we'll see results. Never you have a perfect law, never. And also a perfect law today would be an imperfect law tomorrow, because tomorrow you'll have other challenges. So this is a continuing process, and at least we have succeeded to learn how to go through this process. Even though Gary rejected my proposal to say a few words, I think, Gary, we still have 2 minutes. And if you'd like to join, because you insisted a lot on the idea of having this conference, you supported the idea to introduce in the last moment these 2 sessions. And also we still have a lot of work forward with books that we would like to publish, and you'll be one of the editors. Please, Gary.
Well, thank you, Remus. And I would say good morning, but it's not morning where you are. It's still early morning. The sun is not yet up in Colorado. But thank you for a very, very interesting panel discussion. I enjoyed all of the interventions, and I declined to add to it because I thought the discussion was so rich, and I was busy taking notes and listening carefully to what you've contributed. The issues you've raised regarding global citizenship, regarding education and multilateralism, regarding the interaction between different levels of citizenship really present a critical dilemma for citizens with our sometimes, unfortunately, conflicting sense of allegiance to who we belong to and what group we belong to and where our loyalties should be. So you presented, I think, very clearly a central dilemma of our times, and rightly recognized that without education, there's no way for us to, education has to be the solution. And that's a very challenging task, a complex task for educators to address, also because it's not a specialized topic for specialization where we need a few people who know what global citizenship is. We need everybody to understand this, and our system is not yet geared to present that. That's one of the main themes of our conference and our work on education in this campaign on human security is human security is not a specialization. It's something that applies to everybody, and there's something that all of us need to understand in order to, for our own security, as well as to contribute to the security of the community and the world. And this discussion is of that order and type very much. So I thank you and Remus for convening such a wonderful panel. And I would just add my request to what you have already made. We look forward to this panel was only meant to raise the issues for discussion, but we want to go into them in much greater detail, and we would really be grateful for your written contributions for the upcoming book, which itself is not an end, but will give you a further time to elaborate your thoughts and give us an opportunity to study them and formulate next steps and how we take this forward into action, because that is the purpose. But again, thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, everyone. And we'll keep in touch because now we have to make room for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello,
Phoebe.
Gary. Nice
So
to
nice
see
to
you.
see you.
Nice to see you too. Let me know when we should start.
Well, I think we have 4 minutes, and just at the beginning of the session, they will play the video again for those who haven't seen it already. That's
Excellent.
just 90 seconds, just 90 seconds. So right
Excellent.
after the 90 seconds, you can.
Okay, very nice. Thank you very
So
much.
much looking forward to your session, and thank you so much for convening it. I know that
Thank you
there
for
were-
organizing all this. It's really, it's really the quality and the interest and the depth of the discussions. I think we can be proud as the World Academy.
Well, the richness of the contributions has been almost overwhelming because it shows us how much work we have to do beyond the conference. This is really just, but it serves the purpose. It's identified core issues and some wonderful contributors who can help us in taking this forward. So it's really just the beginning of the discussion.
Great, great. Thank you,
And I'm
Gary.
eagerly looking forward to meeting your team that you have convened.
Hello, Pavlos. Nice
Yeah,
to see
Supreme.
you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Is it possible to share my own slides after
Yes,
this?
Professor, you can do this.
Sure.
Okay, okay, very good. Pavlos, is it okay if you can go first?
It's fine, but I would say that it might be better for someone more experienced in this area, ESG and perhaps SDG.
I will say a few things. I will
Yeah,
definitely
and
say a few
then I
things.
can join immediately. Yeah.
Excellent.
Phoebe, can you see me?
Yes.
Because I don't see
Yes, I
myself.
can see you. I can see you very well.
Okay.
In a rapidly
So-
changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Hello, everybody, wherever you are. We are really excited to have the opportunity to present this panel on education to promote the ESGs and SDGs for human security. We will be focusing on how education in business economics, but also generally in social and human sciences, humanities, can enhance support for human security, and how the ESGs and SDG frameworks can help in doing so through the very well specified framework that has been developed around these acronyms that I'm going to define very, very quickly here. So I understand that you can see my slides, and the panelists will be talking from different angles, from social and economic sciences, from the anthropology spectrum, from information technology spectrum. They will be trying to integrate how education in the Sustainable Development Goals can enhance human security. And I think this is very important because the UN Sustainable Development Goals, UN Agenda 2030, is our only common vision, together with the Charter of Human Rights of the UN. It's our only common vision, and it is quite instrumental to understand how and if and how it embraces human security. I lead this Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation in IFORIA, which includes 5 research institutions, 5 different innovation accelerators, and is connected very vividly with the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is a global network of about 1,800 institutional members, focusing on facilitating the implementation of the SDGs. So the speakers in these sessions are in different ways affiliated with the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation, and they are renowned scientists in their fields. So the big crucial question is, how are we going to transition ourselves from the multi-crisis towards sustainability, towards the SDGs, towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which basically integrate all aspects of interplay between the society, nature, and the economy. We want to face pandemics, economic recession, inflationary pressures, climate change, biodiversity collapse, geopolitical insecurity, energy prices, food insecurity, population growth, increasing inequality. And we have to face them all in a very efficient, but also simultaneous way. Is that at all possible? And we have to simultaneously face all these crises, because no one can be put on a pathway of sustainability if it can solve only one of these crises. The crises are interconnected, and they should only be faced in a very integrated systemic framework. What I'm going to be arguing in this session and in my very brief introduction is that human security is fully integrated in the Sustainable Development Goals framework. And in order to be able to identify solutions, technological, financial, policy solutions for implementing human security goals within the Sustainable Development Goals, you need to have a very sharp framework in which you can measure the SDGs in terms of the performance of each and every nation, region, a town, municipality, company, institution. You need to be able to measure the implementation performance of all these different units that make up our socioeconomic framework. As we know, human security encompasses human rights, good governance, access to education, healthcare, and it aims at securing that each individual has opportunities and choices to fulfill his or her potential. If there is a criticism about the framework of human security, or the framework in which the concept of human security is analyzed and goes into implementable goals and targets, is that it lacks the necessary clarity and precision in terms of within goals in order to constitute a meaningful concept amenable to measuring and policy targeting. So for me, in order to transpose wishes and vision into implementation, you need to have clarity in terms of where you want to go, where you are today, and what are the means of reaching your future vision, together with a very explicit framework of measuring, assessing, and monitoring the progress. Human security has aspects of economic security, food security, health security, environmental security, personal security, community security, political security. And of course, there are various reports that deal with these different aspects and try to develop indexes and measurements for the different aspects of the security. And here I showcase just a few of these reports: the Global Risk Report, Ecological Threat Report, Food Security and Nutrition Report, Fragile States Index, Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, Peace Index, and of course the Human Development Report of the UN, which transposes into an index, a human development index that can measure the level of development of different places across the world. As I said before, the UN Agenda 2030, because it's a very holistic, integrated, and inclusive agenda, that was the aim of this agenda, to be integrated, holistic, inclusive, and at the same time be explicit enough to easily transpose into investment programs and implementation policies. The UN Agenda 2030, at least for us, is inherently related to human security. And human security becomes an analytical and programming tool that complements and enriches mechanisms to achieve the SDGs. Actually, the Millennium Development Goals and the human security aspects make up the SDGs. So mapping human security reports into SDGs allows us to screen the different aspects of human security into the SDGs and measure the level of the implementation of these aspects in all countries of the world. Also go subnational within countries and even within companies, financial institutions, and so on. Municipalities, cities, and so on. So we did an exercise, and the report is available from the website of the World Academy of Art and Science, that actually transposes the indexes of the different reports that measure human security aspects into SDG content. And when we are talking about the SDGs, we're not just talking about 17 KPIs. We are talking about 169 targets within the 17 SDGs and 200 and almost 50 KPIs that allow us to measure as accurately as possible. And the accuracy is refined as we continue researching and analyzing this area of this discipline. So what we did is to transpose the aspects of human security as measured by various indices in a number of these different reports and transpose these indices into SDG content. This is important because the performance of each and every country with regards to the SDGs is measured every year since the launch of the SDGs 2015 in the Sustainable Development Report that we publish every year as United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, that measures for each country the 17 SDGs, the 169 targets implementation level using more than 200 KPIs. And it is this measurement that allows us to know where we are and where we want to go, and give us the opportunity to scientifically develop the pathways, the optimal mixture of policies and technologies and finances that will produce the solutions that will get us from where we are now to where we're going to go in 2030. As economists, we do a lot of relevant work. However, I want to, before showcase some of the work, and maybe I will do it after my co-speakers come in and give their own ideas. But the good news for me is that although the progress with regards to SDGs has been slowed down, has been reverted in 2021 and 2022 during the pandemic, and we know that there is a huge funding gap for the SDGs to be implemented of about 10 to 14 trillion US dollars across the world. We need to see a lot of significant progress. In terms of policy implementation, I just put two maps, the world map with regards to pledges for net zero, where net zero has been achieved, and when it has been promised as the final output by given deadlines. And here we have a variation between 2030 and 2070, but at least we have this unprecedented frequency of pledges. And in places like Europe, for example, we have a very detailed policy framework that really incentivizes and provides the means, methods, and solutions, and the financial instruments, and also the financial incentives and awareness and investments in education in order to really implement the targets. And we have the same for the digital transition. This is the content with regards to digital transition in terms of human capital, connectivity, integration of digital technology, digital public services in Europe, but also across the globe. So the green and digital transition has started. It needs to be empowered. And of course, in order to empower transitions, you need the technology, but the technology is the outcome of research, and research is the outcome of education. You need the policies, but the correct mixture of policies is based on really deep knowledge of the existing situation, but also a mixture of expertise is needed in terms of economics, social aspects, technological aspects, and so on, in order to design the right policies. And of course, this has a very vivid and hard education element. And above all, in order to really engage in the transition and achieve the engagement of all the stakeholders in this transition, not just the scientists, not just the technology developers, not just the policymakers, but also the politicians, the civil society, the general public. You really need to educate them that the problems are there. They should understand the problems. They should understand the solutions exist. They should be given the opportunity to be educated in using the solutions and be upskilled and reskilled in order to be a real part, a real participant in this transition. And of course, all this awareness building, upskilling and reskilling is part of education. And if we want to go back to the basics, we also need to go to all the grades of our education system, the primary, secondary education, university education, and understand what is the cutting edge technologies that we need to know about, but most of all, how these interdisciplinary systemic frameworks are going to be the frameworks in which we shape our lives. So we need to stop working within the silos of individual disciplines and individual institutions and start being educated in interdisciplinary understanding, interdisciplinary research, interdisciplinary technological outcomes. I will stop here and we'll come back with some of the work that we do on ESGs and SDGs education for companies and for professionals, but also students. And I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. I would like to ask Pavlos Kavouras to come in. He's an anthropologist. He does exciting work. He's now a professor at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. We work closely, and I'm very proud of that. And at the same time, he's UNESCO chair. He will introduce the different hats that he wears. Pavlo, please.
Thank you, Phoebe. And thanks for inviting me to this wonderful panel. And it's an opportunity also for me to discuss issues of my expertise alongside with people who have different experiences and knowledge. So as an anthropologist, as you said, it seems to me that both acronyms, ESG and SDG, we all know that they stand for the environment, the society, governance, and the SDGs are something like 17 of them, covering many aspects of social and cultural life, and not only social and cultural life. So the first one, ESG, is a rating system, whereas the SDGs is they refer to global goals concerning humanity set by the UN. What interests me in this regard is that all of these issues, all of these concepts are bread and butter for anthropology. That is, we deal with all of them in different sectors of anthropology. There is an accumulated knowledge in all the areas like environmental anthropology, social anthropology, political anthropology, economic anthropology, with the journals and conferences and the like. Why am I saying this? Because I think that in discussions of this kind, it would be interesting to have, like you have done, an anthropologist in your group talking about ESGs and SDGs. But although anthropologists provide knowledge that is always derived from a meticulous study of particular societies and in specific time-space contexts, I would say, I would ask the rhetorical question, is anthropology enough? Even the anthropology that brings in difference, different views of the world, actually lived and experienced in empirical ways that are very difficult to be measured? I would say, I would rush to say, no, it is necessary, but not a sufficient approach to studying or understanding humanity, namely the anthropological approach as we know it.
Pavlo, you have muted your microphone. You have muted. Okay.
Okay. Recently, fairly recently, physical anthropology, which is the anthropology which studies human beings as physical entities, as biological entities, has told us that we, modern humans, are the descendants of a subspecies that is called Homo sapiens sapiens. Why is this important? Because the double sapiens there introduces a capacity in this species to reflect over reflecting, to experience over experiencing, to be conscious of her own consciousness. You understand that this capacity is very important, and it's the fundamental biological, anthropological quality that has allowed humanity to have choice. And choice is important because choice, you mentioned, Phoebe, before about the freedom from want and the freedom from fear being the fundamental aspects of human security. Yes, freedom is a quintessential aspect of any humanistic approach. But freedom, in what sense? There has to be choice towards freedom. If you deprive humanity from choice, then there is no freedom at all. It's only instinct, and it's only a predetermined stance in life. So this choice has given us the ability to self-reflect. Self-reflexivity is very important for humanity. Why? Because we have this tendency to focus on our activities, emotions, rationalities, memories, whatever constitutes us as human beings from the point of view of a dominating ego consciousness. Don't think that this is only an aspect interesting to anthropologists, psychologists, and similar scientists, because it dominates, it saturates our everyday life. All the SDGs could be approached from such viewpoint, namely the viewpoint of self-reflexivity, the viewpoint of choice, the viewpoint, if you like, of ego awareness. Why is this important? Because with ego comes this fundamental urge and quality to survive. Why survival is very important when we are talking about security? Because around the issue of survival, egos, that is individuals, that is societies, that is conglomerates of societies, nations, countries, they stick together, they organize in order to promote their interests. Companies, they do so also. They are saturated by the interest to make money and maximize their profits. So there is ego behind everything we do. We need to understand, therefore, that humanity, in order to pursue its well-being and facilitate its well-being, humanity has to work with what we call human intelligence. Human intelligence cannot be reduced to reason and rationalizing. It cannot be reduced to memory, although both of these dimensions are important, very important. It has to develop human intelligence in order to emerge in its full sense. It has to appear as self-awareness. It has to appear as consciousness, of economic consciousness, of political consciousness, a meta-consciousness, if you like. We cannot have successful implementation of SDGs unless we establish a new approach of coping with consciousness about the specific particular consciousnesses as expressed by the SDGs. So I would say, and I will close here, that in my areas of expertise, which is the arts, music and the performing arts, culture in various aspects, and education, of course, being a professor at the university, I have explored the different ways, not of towards an interdisciplinary approach, but towards a transdisciplinary perspective, meaning that what interests me is not only the stitching together, if you like, exploring the epistemology of how to cope with different methodologies. That's what interdisciplinary agents do, but to focus on a new tool, a new framework, a higher aspect of intelligence that implies our learning, our, if you like, opening to the capacity of reflecting on our reflections. This is not a mere philosophical, stochastic endeavor. This is an approach, in my view, that could contribute greatly to promoting well-being, the well-being of humanity. And it is in this sense that I see a contribution of a humanistic approach, an anthropological approach to panels or to groups like the ones that you are heading and working with, Phoebe, and contribute towards moving from performances of otherness, which usually they hide I-ness, ego-ness. We always talk about others, in a sense, hiding, masquerading even our interests and intentions. So move from the performance of otherness to othering performance itself. By othering here, I mean I-ness should come to the fore. You should teach our students. We should talk about these issues to people who are open and could be enlightened with a new paradigm of thinking. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pavlos. It's always such a pleasure listening to you. You said we need human intelligence. Reason and memory is not enough. Self-awareness is needed and should be defined, should be in our minds as a meta-consciousness with the different aspects of self-consciousness and other consciousness that we need to integrate. And I truly understand what you are promoting here. Given that my team also works in experimental economics and sociology, and we also work with neuroscientists. And it seems that the classic paradigm of economics, of the rational agent, is not the relevant one in many cases, and especially in cases that are quite realistic, that integrate uncertainty and ambiguity. So we need to come to terms as economists with the fact that human beings are something much more than reason and memory. And what the anthropologists have to offer in this, together with the psychologists, I think is very valuable. And without that, we cannot really engage the society as a whole, the economy and the society as a whole, into SDGs understanding and implementation. So it's really crucial to bring all these elements into our design of instruments, policies, investment plans, education, and social support in order to achieve the SDGs. Thank you very much for your very interesting intervention. What is your UNESCO chair? Can you please repeat your UNESCO chair?
Yeah, it is titled Anthropology of Traditional Music, representing and repositioning intangible cultural heritage.
The intangible is always the most interesting part of all the elements, and for us economists as well. We are also
kind of dropping the term intangible for living heritage, because, for instance, music is usually qualified as intangible, but it has tangible aspects also.
Yeah. And it's the same for economic services and goods. Some of their elements are tangible and some others are completely intangible and outside market. So it's very intriguing. The next speaker is also a very good friend, a very, very close collaborator, somebody that we all need in terms of the discipline he represents. He's the president of the World Machinery Association, which is the global scientific association of information technology, professionals and scientists. He can define that more accurately when I give him the floor. Professor Yannis Ioannidis is a professor at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, has a long career in US top-ranked institutions. He has been leading the main information technology research center of Greece for 10 years, and I'm really honored to have him with us. Yannis.
Thank you very much, Phoebe, for this introduction and also for inviting me to share a few thoughts. As Phoebe said, I'm not an economist like she is, and I'm not an anthropologist like Pavlos is. I bring in the square things, the boring things, digital. I bring the digital aspect in all this. And if I look at try to connect the issues of my discipline with the issues of security and so on, I think that the more my discipline advances technology, although there are more opportunities to advance society and feel more secure, in principle, many more dangers pop up. If we look at the 17 SDGs, first of all, as you may know, the UNSDSN has defined 6 transformations for the SDGs, grouped them in various clusters. And the 6th cluster is a digital transformation. And that's the only one that is connected to every single one of the 17 SDGs. So nothing can be done without guys like me. If we look though at the particular SDGs, those that really resonate with me as issues, things that have to do with security, I'll start with number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. This is, there's a lot of elements here that will, that can come up with regulations and standards and the main instruments of society to have security, and of course, decent work. Number 8 says decent work and economic growth. Economic growth is something that Phoebe talked about and is an expert, but decent work is a different thing. And then I could talk about good health or gender equality and so on and so forth. These are those that really affect our sense of security. I won't go into the department of Pavlos, but our sense of security depends tremendously and intimately through aspects of this. And technology, as I said, with its tremendous advances the past few years, the tremendous speeds in which it can compute things and the tremendous data it can amass, and then use to compute, generate more data and so on and so forth, put in danger tremendous elements of our security, our sense of security. Our privacy may be jeopardized because our data can be transferred either maliciously or by accident or even on purpose. I mean, all the young generation, spills their guts on Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and so on and so forth. And after a few years, they say, "Oh, I did this. How did you learn that?" I wouldn't want the world to know it. But the person herself or himself has done this. Let alone the malicious things or the selling of private information without the proper consent and so on and so forth. And then, of course, there are other aspects of security where work is in danger because of the tremendous advancements of computing technology and robotics and so on and so forth. Many words, including computing professionals' works, are in danger. So how can we have work security and safety? What should society do? How we can achieve SDG number 8 while facing the tremendous, innovative, exciting advances of technology that put work in danger. And this, many disciplines to come and think about this. Of course, not just us technologists, but definitely economists, definitely politicians, policymakers, definitely sociologists, psychologists, and anthropologists to come together and see how society should achieve this. And to bring in the educational aspect, which is a major issue of this meeting, for all of these disciplines and for the communities of all these disciplines, these are uncharted territory. These issues that we are facing, we haven't seen in the past. Yes, the first industrial revolution, some jobs were lost, and so on and so forth, but nothing at the scale that is happening now. So also the second and third industrial revolution. Now we're in the fourth industrial revolution. We have machines that use them to write. I mean, everyone has heard of the ChatGPT that came out December 1st, and you ask it to write a poem in the style of Lord Byron, and it comes back with a half-decent poem. I mean, it's not Byron stuff, of course, but it comes with half a decent thing that is reminiscent of Byron. And then you ask it to write a piece of code that will do this, and whereas the programmer would need, a week or two or a month to do it, then in a few seconds you get a program that most often it works, and it does what you asked for it. So these are completely uncharted territories that are exciting, I think, in general, not just for me, who am a technologist, and I am part of the community that develops these things. They're exciting, I think, in general. What could we achieve if we put all this to good use? But also with these dangers, and us technologists cannot be just playing happily with our in our sandbox and creating great castles, because the impact to society is tremendous, and humanity is not ready for it. So how can we work on this together? Educate ourselves. as technologists, we have to work with, as I said, other disciplines and ethicists, by the way, philosophers. We need to have them there to identify pathways of thought that is very uncommon for us technologists and for many other disciplines. So we can find the right path and lead society to the right place where we get the good and we avoid the bad. I talked about educating the scientists, but also society needs to be educated at the lowest level, at the university level, but also high school. Students, the young generation, the upcoming generation should understand the impact of technology on these issues. I mean, connecting technology with the SDGs is a given in my mind, and we should be doing it as much as we can in whatever ways we can, but also addressing specifically the dangers of the fourth industrial revolution and what it can, how it can jeopardize our security and safety is something that we should focus more. So even that prospect is exciting, and interdisciplinary work is exciting, and the dance that Phoebe and I are dancing for many years now is a proof of how exciting things can be. But we have to come together and explore these uncharted territories for the good of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Yannis. With Yannis, we work on the SDSN Global Climate Hub, and our dream, and also Pavlos is part of the Climate Hub. Our dream is to create a digital twin of the interaction between nature and the society, socio-economy, and which will enable investigating and analyzing ways to develop effective, efficient, and equitable pathways towards climate neutrality, climate resilience, ecosystem resilience, social resilience, and so on. So the vision is big. More than 50 researchers across the world are engaged in this vision, and we hope that more from you that are listening will also integrate with us. And definitely technology and information technology is one very, very crucial aspect in all stages of the implementation of this vision, from data collection to data gathering from satellites and institute infrastructure, to analyzing data, to using machine learning and AI to further analyze and collect and develop. So anybody who is interested can look at the site of the UN SDSN Global Climate Hub. And if you think you can engage in this work, please let us know. I'm also very happy to have Sam Loney here. Sam is also deeply engaged in the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He is program director at SDSN. And he's also a research associate at the University of Oxford. Sam is an economist, a very bright and promising young economist. I'm allowed to say that now, Sam. I can call you young. Don't take me wrong. But it's good. When you come to my age, then you will think that young is good. He has done amazing work on many different elements of economics of sustainable development. His expertise is deeply based on mathematical modeling that can reveal interesting ways and pathways to sustainable development. He's also passionate about education and currently leads the Global Schools program, which it's an initiative to bring sustainability to schools around the world, a great initiative that SDSN is part of, UNESCO is part of, and some additional institutions are part of. Sam will tell us all about it. Sam, we are excited that you are here.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here and hear from the wonderful speakers. It's hard to follow, but I will do my best, and I will happily accept the title of young. I have outgrown the official UN most official UN definitions, but I will accept it nonetheless. So thank you for that. Today I would like to talk briefly about sustainable development and its importance and the role of education in helping accelerate sustainable development. When we talk about sustainable development, and I have heard this quite often, at different UN meetings, looking through different documents from the UN, and it's a common phrase where they talk about it as a transformative agenda. Whether that's direct reference to the 2030 agenda or the Paris Climate Accords or any other related treaty or document. And I think that's true when you are completely shifting the structure of a society, especially through the goals that have been designed. You are essentially talking about the societal transformation. But often the solutions proposed for achieving this societal transformation is not one where I think it will necessarily achieve the ambitions that the level of ambition that we're speaking about. So I think actually education is a key enabler of this. So when we want to achieve a complete social transformation, education has always played a significant role, and that's because it shifts the baseline. It shifts the baseline in values and skills and behaviors, and enables really that long-term transformation to take place. It is also a very important predictor of social development, from economic growth to human development and to social progress. So it is an extremely powerful tool for social transformation, which I think is what is needed for us to shift from a fossil fuel-based and extractive system to one that is sustainable, but also inclusive and actually a more egalitarian and more equal society. So it does require that social transformation that we talk about. But I do think that at the moment the policies are not there, and this is why I think education is a very important enabler. And in my mind, for sustainable development, you need a different type of education, and this type of education is called education for sustainable development, or in terms of its acronyms, ESD. A lot of people talk about the importance of ESD, but actually in practice, it's important to understand what that means. ESD is essentially about giving individuals and students the values, the skills, the attitudes to be able to shape sustainable societies, and to actually be able to deal with complexities and the shocks that may arise in the future, but actually be able to have the skills to thrive in a future economy and shape their societies in a way that will enable them to be resilient in the face of those challenges. And for this, again, you need to shift that baseline. Contrary to popular belief, where a lot of policymakers talk about the long-term effects of education, which are where you will see the biggest outcomes, there are actually some immediate effects that are often neglected or not measured. And that is that you see significant spillovers with one or two lessons focused on ESD, basically the effect it has on parents, on the community, on the teachers, and these are starting to be they're starting to be documented in the literature, which I think is very important. But the question is, okay, ESD is about social transformation. So why should ministries of education, ministries of education around the world care about this? Because the mandate of the Ministry of Education is actually to enhance educational outcomes. Why should they care about ESD? That's because actually ESD is a win-win both for education and for society. And what do I mean by that? There is a Stanford review of, I think it's about 120 different studies on environmental and climate education, and obviously it shows that when you implement this type of education, it has an effect on the social and environmental behaviors of students and the community and the parents, but actually also shows that it improves educational outcomes. You see more engagement from the students. Students ask more questions, for instance. Teacher satisfaction goes up. You actually see better attendance rates. You see better performance on tests, even on subjects that are not related to sustainability, and a whole bunch of other types of effects that have been observed through various studies that have been conducted. So the Stanford review of these 120 studies reveals that ESD is win-win: education, environment, and society. But the question is, if it's win-win, why are we not seeing more of it? There are UNESCO studies that have analyzed curricula around the world and see that it is very few references to sustainable development in the curriculum or in educational policy. And in terms of implemented curriculum, and actually basically how much of what is mentioned in the policy gets into the classroom, there is even less. So we have a global cohort of primary and secondary school students who are not getting the necessary training to thrive in the 21st century, and we're not giving them the necessary training to actually be able to shape the sustainable societies that we want. And I think we have a responsibility to change that as the current generation. So why are we not seeing more of this? And I think the reason is because this is a new field. The benefits until recently haven't been clear. It takes a very long time to shift, the curriculum within countries, and it is a very contested space, and everyone wants to put things into the curriculum. So it is a deeply complex area, and change is very slow at the curriculum level. But what we have found is that there is a huge appetite around the world for ESD, especially among teachers. And so we are using a model, a train-the-trainer model with Global Schools, which is the program that I founded, which is really built on how do we get sustainability into classrooms and into schools around the world. And the way we do that is we identify teachers, we train them online, we give them the tools and resources, and we allow them to localize ESD where it can have the greatest impact. And then we observe their actions and we support them as they try to get the rest of the school on board. And we have found this model to be extremely effective. And we have gathered a lot of data on it, both quantitative data as well as qualitative data, which shows that actually just by training one teacher, you can bring 20 other teachers on board. And more importantly, you can actually have a massive amplified effect down the line. So through this model, we are really planting the seeds by just using specific teachers, and I think the next step for us is to scale up this effort. But I do hope that ESD and education for climate and global citizenship get more attention within the policy circles, because while our efforts are important, it needs to be supported also by policy in order to be scaled up effectively. And with that, I thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, we need to give the needed training for being able to form the sustainable societies we envision And we need to upscale initiatives like the global schools that train the trainers that are in direct contact with all those that need to be educated. I will close this session. We have another 2 minutes by saying that the SDSN Europe that I lead is engaged in an initiative that measures SDG engagement in universities across the world. We are following the guide for starting with SDGs in universities, but we are going a bit further down in terms of the analysis, and we transpose research in terms of NDG content, education, operation, and external leadership. This is again in the same spirit of if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it, you cannot improve it. And I hope that this initiative will also scale up. Thank you so much for being here. There is a YouTube channel that is followed by many, but usually these sessions of the World Academy of Art and Science are very popular in terms of use of these videos. So I do thank you, and for being here, Pablo, Yanni, Sam. And I hope that we gave some interesting insights to our audiences. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
In a rapidly changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Hello. Dr. Bunn, hello. Good morning.
Hello, Jonathan. Pleasure
Good
to see you.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Is Ambassador Stelzer with us?
He's joining.
Great. I'll wait till he gets on and then we'll do a little introduction and get into the substance here. And Dr. Bunn, where are you calling in from?
I am in Oxford, England.
Wonderful. And I believe that Ambassador Stelzer is in Doha. And I'm in New York. And I'm on my phone, and I apologize because my computer is some reason the internet is very slow, and I think I'll be getting in on a better connection soon. But we want to wait for him.
He's here.
Is he with us now?
Yes, please.
Great. Okay, we can begin.
I am Jonathan.
Fantastic.
Jonathan, can you hear me?
Clear as a bell, Ambassador. Good to see you.
Okay.
Okay, we can start. We can start.
Jonathan, excuse me. I seem to be having a little bit of difficulty with the connection here, as you can probably see. So I'm going to just turn off the video for a moment and see if I can't get back on. Apologies for that. It does happen here sometimes.
But let's start. Okay. Human security is a concept that began with an insightful essay at the end of the Cold War by Mahbub al-Haq in the United Nations Program for Development, in which he pondered why there was no peace dividend to be used for addressing inequities of wealth, poverty, environmental protection, and peace and well-being for people. And he proposed that part of the problem is that most affairs of state are focused on the security of the state and often overlooking people. And the concept of human security has evolved, but to make it really simple, it is essentially freedom from want, freedom from fear, and freedom from indignity. And all of the elements in our daily lives and in our social lives and our institutional lives relate to those core principles. Today, we're going to talk about why legal education is important for meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, which are an expression of fulfilling those principles of freedom from want, freedom from fear, freedom from indignity, and how legal education can enhance the process of meeting those basic human needs. Our first speaker this morning is Dr. Isabella Bunn, who serves as a research fellow in governance and global ethics at Regents Park College and as trustee of the Oxford Peace Research Trust at Oxford University. For many years, she directed a summer law program at Oxford on international and comparative law. She also held an appointment as professor of business ethics at the Florida Institute of Technology, where she taught legal aspects of globalization and corporate social responsibility. Dr. Bunn has held leadership appointments within the global legal profession, notably with an expertise in human rights advocacy, as well as international economic law and United Nations affairs. She's organized dozens of legal education seminars and other programs for the American Bar Association, including a global legal education summit in London tied to commemorate the Magna Carta. She currently serves on the board of directors of the American Bar Association's Rule of Law Initiative. Her background includes a bachelor's degree in foreign service, a master's degree in international relations, a Juris Doctorate cum laude degree, a master in philosophy and theology, and a PhD in human rights law. And she's also, and this is not expressed in this short biography, an incredibly dynamic and active activist for human rights. And that's how I know her, in her activism in the American Bar Association. Ambassador Thomas Stelzer is the Dean of the International Anti-Corruption Academy and its Executive Secretary of the Assembly of Parties. He's been a member of the Foreign Service of the Republic of Austria and has served as permanent representative of Austria to the United Nations office in Vienna, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization Preparatory Commission, and more recently as ambassador to Portugal. He also served as Assistant Secretary General for Policy Coordination and Interagency Affairs at the United Nations, and as the Secretary of the United Nations Chief Executive Board. At the Austrian Permanent Mission in New York, he had worked in areas of international security and disarmament issues, as well as development cooperation. He was also Special Assistant to the Executive Secretary of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization. He held the position of Deputy Director of the Austrian Cultural Institute in New York. Before joining the Foreign Service, he worked as a freelance journalist and political science researcher in Latin America. He has extensively lectured in the international system. Ambassador Stelzer is holding degrees from Vienna University and Stanford University and a diploma from the Johns Hopkins University School for Advanced International Studies. He's been the president of the Klangforum Wien, a leading ensemble for contemporary classical music. So I think I'll refer to him as the dean, since I have the privilege of the permanent observer of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, and he is the dean to me. But I should also say I'm a trustee and fellow of the convening organization of this, the main convening organization of this event, the World Academy of Arts and Science. So I'd like to begin and have Dr. Bunn give the first presentation, and then Dean Stelzer will give the second, and then we'll have a dialogue. So Dr. Bunn, please, the forum is yours.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and I will try to switch over to another system if I can, if this doesn't work. So apologies, there's some construction going on as well as a snowstorm. So I may have to just click off and then try to join you visually at another time. So I do apologize for that, because I can see that it's quite distracting. Thank you, Jonathan, and we have worked together for a long time, and it is such a privilege to join you today, and also Ambassador Stelzer. When we first started talking about this session, I was sort of struck by the idea of doing justice to human security. And from that standpoint, I was thinking about both examining and honoring the concept, but also thinking creatively about how to link various prospects for justice to notions of human security. And of course, we're going to be talking about legal education and how that might be leveraged for advancing the cause of human security. I think really as a starting point, and many people on the call around the world are perhaps not very familiar with legal education itself, but because the practice of law is usually a regulated profession, if I could put it that way, law studies are aimed at preparing students for the practice of law. And of course, we have common law systems, civil law systems, and many other kinds of systems around the world. And so what this means is that there is an interaction between essentially a oversight or regulatory body as well as the legal education process. So for example, I'm most familiar with, of course, the US system. And there you have the American Bar Association developing standards for law school accreditation. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a law school and not be accredited, but usually that means that it is not going to be a successful law school instead of the training, the preparation, and very often the restrictions on being able to sit for state bar exams. Now, the ABA, although it accredits law schools, is a very rigorous process. It also has a lot to do with curriculum development and the quality of the education, a very important threshold. But the ABA in and of itself does not accredit lawyers to the profession. In the United States, that is done at the state level. So every state, every jurisdiction within the US has a different system, and you need to sit for the bar examination for that particular state. Obviously, guidance is taken from the ABA in terms of what those standards might be for examinations, including on professional responsibility, where the ABA has model rules for professional conduct. So the other aspect, of course, is in the United States, the law degree, the JD as it's called, or Doctor of Jurisprudence, is a graduate degree. Students will have already had their 4-year undergraduate education, and then they enter law school on a very competitive basis, which means that they are somewhat older, have a bit more wisdom and experience, and can really identify, also using their own values and career ambitions to determine how they like to shape that law school experience. Elsewhere, for example, in the UK and in Europe, it is an undergraduate degree, which also really changes the dynamic in terms of age and maturity and aspiration. But I think we can also say that students now are expecting even their legal education to be situated in larger societal problems, and they see their own role in solving those international problems. So I think all of that is a very good indication for the subject of human security. Now, that said, because of what I've just described, it means that the curriculum itself is quite constrained in the United States, and it's aimed at preparing students for successful legal practice and for sitting the bar examination. The subject, of course, there are many subjects that are required, so to speak, in terms of contract law or tort law, criminal procedure, civil procedure, and so forth. International law as such is not a required subject in most law schools in the United States. In fact, last count, it's something like 7 or 8 law schools out of all of the law schools do require coursework in public international law as a condition of graduation. Now, this said, most law schools do offer international law, and in fact, a very large variety of international legal programs, coursework, as an optional elective. So you do have that chance to experience international law, but it is not required, and you will not be examined on it to sit for the bar exam. The other aspect is the combination of international law with other subjects. International environmental law, for example, could be offered, or international contract law, or international arbitration and dispute resolution. Another important aspect would be on comparative law of various kinds, for example, comparative constitutional law. So there are avenues to get the legal background within the law school education. And perhaps later we could return to the question of international human rights law, perhaps toward the end of our conversation, because that is, I think, especially a valid area for thinking through the human security debate, perhaps after Ambassador Seltzer makes a few remarks. So I did want to just sort of point to those kinds of constraints, and yet at the same time recognize that there are huge opportunities. And also, just to make a note here, human rights is also not a required course, if I can put it that way, within the US system, but international human rights law does feature in many law school curricula, and in fact, sometimes with various aspects of emphasis, perhaps international refugee law, for example, dealing with some of the migrant situations. So there are availability in terms of programming and in terms of teaching. I just also wanted to add here that students can also make the most of their time with their pro bono service, with their clinical work, with their clerkships, to focus on international questions. And also very often, certainly in the US system, on campus, so to speak, with the university, there could be other schools that the student could engage with and get other kinds of exposure. That might be a business school, that could be a school of arts and sciences. For example, in my alma mater, University of San Diego, they actually have a school for peace studies and an Institute for Peace and Justice. And there's an opportunity to share, either do a joint degree program or to share credits. The other big choice students do have is in some of their research projects. So again, if there's interest in human security, they could develop a research project within their course requirements and submit that as part of their program. In addition, there are opportunities for internships and other kinds of projects with international organizations. So I just wanted to say that it takes a little bit of ingenuity, a little bit of creativity on the part of the law student to really shape a program that would maximize their training for questions of human security. But there is a lot to draw on that they can build upon in that regard.
Thank you.
Yes, I just have to also mention one thing, which
right
is
ahead.
so important, of course, in anticipating Ambassador Stelzer's remarks, which is the rule of law. And it is something that really underpins legal education. It's certainly a priority for many bar associations. It's a top priority for the American Bar Association and all of its work. So this notion of the rule of law, which underpins so much what we're talking about, and of course, governance also. Governance as a subject, I think, is something that lawyers sometimes neglect, because governance really fits into every single possible project you could imagine, and strong governance of managing those projects, those relationships, and those legal opportunities is really a vital process. And let me also say, because I didn't want to sound too pessimistic about the exposures to international law, that within the profession, there is a lot of attention to both LLM programs. So that's another subject area where you can get specialization in international human rights law and other subjects that could be related to human security. And what's great about the LLM, it is an advanced degree, a Master of Law, but it is something that is not necessarily tied to a professional certification in the law. And it is something that many law schools offer, with phenomenal specialized programs in a full range of international subjects, not just in the United States, but in Europe and around the world. And the other interesting advantage there, of course, it doesn't prepare you to sit for a bar exam, but it's something that enhances your credentials in an amazing way. But also the LLM programs are a place where students from all over the world come together. And this is absolutely where you start forging those relationships, building that trust, and also thinking through in a very interdisciplinary way, in a very multicultural way, about what does human security mean and what is my role in advancing human security as a lawyer. So I'm very interested in hearing Ambassador Stelzer's remarks, because it's about anti-corruption, which is at the core of the rule of law. It's at the core of good governance. And it's also an example that I wanted to mention also in terms of legal education. It never ends. It's not like you finish your program, you get your diploma, you sit for your bar exam. You are continually thinking about the law, its context, its development, how to apply it, the new nuances. And for that reason, programs like the one Ambassador Stelzer is involved with, and really a full range of international programs around the world that can support this kind of activity. So it's the LLM, but it's also the continuing legal education that's offered everywhere. And that is another tremendous avenue. As Jonathan mentioned, I've organized programs around the world and for the American Bar Association and other groups. And again, it's a great avenue for educating the profession and keeping them up on trends, including on technology. So let me maybe just end that portion of my remarks with this theme that makes me really reflect deeply upon what Ambassador Stelzer is doing. The ideal of the rule of law helps create the virtuous circle, which, however partial and imperfect the first step towards it can be, it can transform societal understandings about power, rights, and justice, which themselves help societies to become more inclusive. Rule of law and its ideology are a force which keeps the virtuous circle turning. It's a quote from a British Institute of International and Comparative Law Symposium in Singapore a few years ago on the importance of the rule of law in promoting development. But I love this idea of the virtuous circle. I think that the World Academy is part of that virtuous circle. This conversation is part of that virtuous circle. And certainly Jonathan is at the center of many virtual circles around the world. So with that, I look forward to hearing Ambassador Stoutzer's remarks, and then also maybe following up with a few observations about human rights law education.
Dr. Bunn, thank you very much. And we'll be coming back to you after Dean Stelzer. Dean, the forum is yours.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And thank you very much, Isabel. This was very interesting, your exposition. Your academic expedition has brought a lot of memories back into my head from the time when I studied law many decades ago, knowing that I will never be working in a field of law, but being sure that my studies will help me in understanding how the world works. And this was correct. So thinking back many aspects of law, even my studies in Roman law, which at that time were still required for my JD, helps me very much today to put things into perspective in many ways. So I'm going to look at the issue from a more practical point of view, because what we are doing academic education, but on a certain topic and to practitioners. The International Anti-Corruption Academy is an international organization, an international intergovernmental organization, and we're the only ones who focus on fighting corruption comprehensively. You know, in the international system, there are quite a few of organizations who also fight corruption in different aspects. Jonathan, is okay? Can you hear me? Is the technical connection?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Okay. Because I'm calling in from Doha, you know, in Qatar, where we just finished the 5th summit for least developed countries. So I've been involved in a whole week now with issues of the rule of law or lack of rule of law and the consequences and impact on the development and the situation of people. We have been discussing how the 46 least developed countries can graduate into the level of middle income countries. And many of the aspects were, of course, rules-based law and connected, of course, with sustainable the access to sustainable development and the SDGs. So let me come back to that in a second. So Jonathan already referred to the concept of human security, which is a young concept. You know, of course, Mahbub al-Haq, you know, he said, Jonathan, after the Second World War. But, you know, the first formal introduction of the concept was only in the 90s, in 94, with the first human development reports. I remember I was in New York at that time, working at the Austrian mission at the United Nations. So this was a new concept which has been developing, and we have been learning to understand it better over the decades. Now, this human security concept was addressing threats in 7 areas: economic security, food security, health security, environmental security, personal security, community security, and political security. All of these elements were brought together only a few years ago in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, which do not refer, there is no goal on human security, but the concept of human security can be subsumed under each one of the Sustainable Development Goals and as well as under the package of them, because all these goals are interconnected. They cannot be separated. They have to be seen comprehensively. Now, what we have been working in is corruption. You know, corruption is an old issue, as you know. It's as old as mankind, but people were exposed to those who abuse their authorities for financial gains without having a remedy. There were no laws. There were no ways to fight corruption until 17 years ago, when the United Nations Anti-Corruption Convention, that I had the privilege to co-negotiate, entered into force. So suddenly we had a legal instrument that allowed us to fight corruption globally on the basis of the rule of law, efficiently excluding impunity, if implemented. And this is the catchphrase. Many times in the United Nations context, we come together and we spend a lot of energy and efforts negotiating a document. Then we achieve something, a convention, adopted by consensus. And it happens very often that we do not have the energy then to implement what we have negotiated. So these conventions frequently become dead wood. Now, with the International Anti-Corruption Convention, I thought this convention was too important to let it suffer the same fate. So we thought, what can we do to facilitate implementation of the convention? Meaning that the 189 signatories of this convention, it's a global convention, 188 states plus the European Commission have ratified the convention and have introduced the content of the convention into their national legislation. This is very important. Mandating, of course, their governments to execute what the parliaments or the legal bodies, whatever they were, have adopted. So now we're talking about a legal instrument which has been transferred from the abstract global base into 189 national legislations. And I think that's quite important. Now, there is no global definition for corruption. We couldn't achieve that. So for the sake of unity, of consensus, we forewent that. Everybody knows, understands the common denominators of what corruption is. But we left it to national legislations to criminalize corruption in national legal systems. So, which has been done in the meantime for pretty much all the countries that have come on board with the convention. So, corruption looks a little different in each one of the national legislations, with a very strong common denominator. Some are a little bit narrower in the concept, some are wider. For example, the concept of Austria even includes referees, arbiters of soccer games who work outside Austria. So that's a very far-fetched concept. Others have it narrower. But anyway, corruption has been criminalized in all these legislations. So, but that's not enough. Many countries have now pretty strong normative systems. They've criminalized corruption. They've introduced it in the legal system and penal system. But there's still a lot of corruption, as you know, in many countries, and especially in many of the countries who have impeccable systems, normative systems. Why? Because there's a huge gap between the normative systems and implementation. And this is where my institution, the International Anti-Corruption Academy, comes in. We are offering technical assistance and capacity building for practitioners, lawyers, judges, prosecutors, justicial personnel, academicians. Capacity building through education on different pillars. Our central pillar is academic education, because we are not only the only international organization that concentrates on holistic fight against corruption, we are also at the same time the only international intergovernmental organization which is an institution of higher learning, authorized to award academic degrees in the Bologna system. So our central pillar are 4 master's programs in anti-corruption. They are complementary. They're all a little bit different. They are complementary, but they all combine academic aspects with practical aspects. So what we do is we address people who can benefit from our programs. They come into our programs, they participate, and they learn first to understand the complex provisions of the convention, and they learn how to implement these provisions in their daily life. So we are addressing mid-level practitioners. They all have a degree already. They work in their countries. They work in ministries, the Ministry of the Interior, Finance, Justice, Foreign Affairs, as auditors, as public procurement specialists in comparable fields. Then mid-level, mid-career, they come, they submit themselves to our training courses, which are between 100 and 120 ETCS units, 1 year to 18 months, depending on the program, including a master's thesis in the defense. And once they have succeeded, they have earned a postgraduate master's degree in anti-corruption, and they go back into their professions. That's our major pillar. Capacity building, technical assistance through academic education. Now, very quickly, these 4 programs, 2 of them we have been running for 12 years, for the first 10 years in person in Vienna. But then when they come on board 2 weeks after my arrival at this organization, COVID closed us down. So we had the choice to either lock down or reinvent ourselves. So we decided to reinvent ourselves and take this challenge as an opportunity. We translated 10 years of content and of expertise on an e-learning base. And 6 weeks after lockdown, we continued delivering all our programs and products online to students now sitting on 5 continents, complaining that they cannot be in Vienna, go with the professors to coffee houses, discuss, do the networking, what we like to do on campus, personal approach to academic studies. But for us, a huge opportunity, of course, because people no longer had to travel to Vienna, negotiate a sabbatical, negotiate who would support their families during their absence. So they didn't have to do this. If they were diligent, now they can participate in the programs after work. They close the office computer, they enter Moodle, they enter the module they're in, and they can participate. Now, for us, this brings the price down because we don't have to fly people around the world anymore. We dramatically limit our CO2 footprint, because less traveling. But the good thing is that we can now dramatically scale up our diffusion capacity. Previously, we had small classes in Vienna, and the people who participate in our programs were privileged. They were mostly presented by national anti-corruption commissions because they had to be granted a sabbatical and support. Now we can spread out. Now we can really address and ask the question, who can benefit from us? Who are all these practitioners in the 189 countries? We don't even know how many there are, because there is no algorithm that gives me the email addresses of all the lawyers, prosecutors, judges, judicial personnel in 189 countries. That's a huge challenge. Go global, break into their heads, make those who can benefit from our programs aware what they can request from us. Big challenge. So we continue our 2 traditional programs, one a little bit more academic, the other one more compliance-oriented, addressing the private sector very strongly, because we also have the Anti-Bribery Convention in mind, OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, which has by far less members, only 44, but the implementation process of which is much more advanced. That means in practical terms, companies that work internationally, in order to continue making money in national economies, they have to abide by new standards in connection with the implementation of the Anti-Bribery Convention. So they also need technical assistance, capacity building to abide by the new standards. Where do they get this? Either from the private sector, consultants who charge them private sector fees, or in the intergovernmental sector, where it's only us. So we can work with UN Global Compact, with the World Economic Forum, with Chambers of Commerce, to present and offer our support also private sector. We started a 3rd master's program as soon as I came on board, anti-corruption and diplomacy. This is very special. Why? The issue of anti-corruption gradually moved to the center of the international debate. And we can define exact stages. In 2001, the Crime Commission in Vienna adopted the first decision confirming that corruption was a structural impediment to sustainable development. Then we negotiated the convention, which was open for signature in 2003, which entered into force in 2005. So these were all important steps. But the really important step was the inclusion of anti-corruption in the Sustainable Development Goals. This was the biggest achievement, because these goals adopted in 2015 are the strategy for the future. They are the strategy which, if implemented, allows us to pass on a world to our children which is deliverable, more just, more adequate, more sustainable. So this is the most important agenda, global agenda we have. We have negotiated it, we have adopted these goals by consensus, and also the implementation process, Agenda 2030. And these are 17 goals. 17 is partnership, 16 is the goal, which is referring to good governance. And here we come back to the rule of law. You know, this is a concept we've been discussing for decades. You know, better governance in the context of international development cooperation, conditionality, all this stuff. We never advanced. You know, this was a discussion without much impact. But now with the adoptions of the Sustainable Development Goals, this became central because this famous goal 16, which is dealing with better governments, has become central. It is the goal that has to establish the parameters, the conditions, so that the 15 content SDGs can be implemented. And this SDG 16 has 2 anti-corruption targets. That means the fight against corruption has become a crucial and, in fact, the cross-cutting agenda through all the 16 SDGs. So anticipating that anti-corruption moved to the agenda, I thought, who's going to negotiate? You know, it's a new topic. You know, nobody's experienced here. Diplomats have never discussed it unless they were in Vienna. It was a Vienna issue until recently. But who is going to run the discussion when the topic emerges in the New York context? So 2 years ago, we conceptualized a third master's program together with the United Nations, with UNITA, the research branch of the United Nations, anti-corruption diplomacy, training mid-level diplomats and leaders of the international system in the fight against corruption, so they can take up the discussion, lead the discussion as soon as the issue emerges in the international agenda, which it did 4 weeks ago, with the start of the preparations for the forthcoming SDG summit in September. And the consultations on the implementation Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, which is built on public trust and anti-corruption. So this is our third program. The fourth program is a language program. You know, most of our programs and products are taught in English, but there were a lot of Spanish-speaking practitioners and experts who said they couldn't benefit enough from our English-speaking program, so we started the Spanish program last September. So we are running four graduate master's programs in anti-corruption. Our second pillar is capacity building through education, non-academic. So here we train practitioners, very similar context, just a different packaging. You know, instead of having, for example, master's programs, 18-month, 120 ETCS units, we offer diploma courses, shorter, more compact, no master's thesis, no defense of master's thesis, no academic degree, a diploma, but only 1 year, and also for better price. Or we do tailor-made trainings. We've been training thousands of civil servants in Soviet successor states in the field of transparency, compliance, anti-corruption. You know, we have been helping countries build anti-corruption departments. We are training, so we do a lot of, I have to keep this short, you know, I always like to talk about what we are doing, but I'm looking at my watch and we want to have some time for discussion. And of course, we're doing research, which is an integral part of it. You know, not only because I'm a believer in fact-based decisions, and we need to present our decision makers with evidence so they can strengthen the narrative, which we draw, of course, from research. We are also defining gaps in research, trying to fill these gaps, like measuring of corruption, which we don't know so far. So we're running now a global program measuring corruption. It's a 4-year research program. So this is, I stop here. This is you can, if you're interested, you can check our homepage and you can see the multifaceted programs which we diversify all the time to meet the challenges, not only of today, but also of the future. So our approach to education and the contribution to implementation of sustainable development, under which we can subsume the concept of human security, is professional education. Maybe one last little thing here. You know, what is the impact of it? You know, what is the, you know, why do we do this? You know, is this academic? Is this just for? This has a real, it has very real impact. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, last Sunday, he challenged the world community here in Doha and requested that we do an emergency rescue operation for the SDGs. And today, the Deputy Secretary General confessed that there has been no progress in the last 2 years in implementation of the SDGs, which are the best we have to keep our world a place in which we can live in. So this is very dramatic. And, implementation of the SDGs costs money. And there is no money after the COVID crisis because many countries have been parachuting trillions into economies to stabilize them. So now the coffers are empty. So where do we get the money for implementation of the SDGs? Now, we have been discussing the peace dividend for the last 40 years, and Jonathan is smiling. How can we limit military expenditure and hoping that with the money saved, that can be redirected towards sustainable development? This has been a dead-end street. We haven't raised a penny in 40 years. So recently, when I heard the managing director of the IMF giving an interview, I was standing next to her because I was to greet her, and she mentioned the peace dividend. I said, oh my God, we have to, this concept is still alive. We have to rethink that. So I walked up to her and, we had a conversation. And I said, by the way, you refer to this peace dividend, which is a familiar concept to me because we have discussed it 40 years ago, but it has not produced anything. So how can we, which resources could we look at from which we can draw financial, the funds to implement the Sustainable Development Agenda? And there is something. It is very clear. And this is my last argument here. At the High-Level Policy Forum, where we discuss every year in New York, in the United Nations context, implementation status of the SDGs. Last July, nearly every delegation referred to illicit financial flows. And, I've been working on these illicit financial flows for a whole year on the so-called FACT-DPAM. And to cut it short, these flows, which are siphoning out trillions of dollars every year from productive economies, money that cannot be compensated for, neither by direct investments, nor by ODA, nor by remittances. This money is lacking. And these flows consist of 4 elements: tax evasion, tax avoidance, bribery, and corruption. Now, tax issues are national. We have no leverage there. But on bribery and corruption, we have law. We have 2 conventions, which have been transferred into national legislation, into national law. So we have the balance now of the aspirational SDGs and the law-based fighting of corruption. So governments, if they do what the legislative bodies have told them to do, fight corruption, if they do this correctly, we will limit illicit financial flows dramatically. That means finally we'll have a dividend to reinvest. I'm not saying that this money goes automatically into the SDGs, no. But decision makers can decide what to do with this money. And suddenly they will have funds to decide whether they want to rechannel that into sustainable development. So when I brought up this argument, the managing director of the IMF, she looked at me and said, that sounds very good. It sounds very realistic. And I said, I have another suggestion. So why don't we coin it? Why don't we give it a name? Why don't we forget the concept of peace dividend? And why don't we call this integrity dividend? We have a clout on that. We have leverage. We can produce this integrity dividend if we get the governments to do what they have committed to do, fight corruption by law, limiting illicit financial flows, to provide the means for sustainable development, to provide human security in the future through advocacy, the old UN term for education, informal education, helping people understand what's in their own interest. In the case of corruption, fighting corruption, they can fight corruption, but not as a personal luxury, but as a societal imperative, as a societal imperative, because we can no longer afford the cost of corruption. So if we help people understand why that they can fight corruption, why they have to fight corruption, and how they can fight corruption. This is a holistic, comprehensive, educational, practical approach, which will render quantifiable results. I stop here, so I don't eat up the time for a dialogue. Sorry for taking so much time.
Absolutely, absolutely why I am proud to be the permanent observer and advocate for what I see to be the essential framework to fulfill the SDGs. And part of that essential framework is refocusing on how we define security from national militarism, which has led to $32 trillion of investments since 2000, to human security, to how human beings live. And now one of the issues that's very important that happened recently in the General Assembly is that it declared that a sustainable environment is a human right. This is new, that it's not just a property right for corporations to develop, but it's a human right. Now, one of the most important parts of legal education is the understanding of the distinction between natural entities and de jure entities, entities created by law, corporations and governments created by law. And almost all of the existential threats that humanity is facing, from war and peace issues to, as the Secretary General said, the war on nature, impairing the regenerative processes of the natural world, are done by de jure institutions created by law. And to address those problems requires an understanding of how these institutions work, and lawyers are particularly skilled in this understanding. Lawyers are also skilled in the skills of rhetoric, argumentation, presenting evidence, and therefore legal education, I would say, has to include a sense of responsibility to society to become advocates, to make anti-corruption and good governance part of the fabric of societies, and constraining the impact of science and technology on the natural world, and being realistic of how we can pursue security in the nuclear age, in which adversity is no longer a sustainable approach. We have to find common ground to protect our common home. And one of the issues that is essential for that understanding, I would say, is an understanding of human rights, rights that don't come from governments, but are inherent in our humanity. And I wanted to make sure that Dr. Bunn gets to address that. But 1 second, I wanted to ask the administrators, can we go over the 10:20 deadline and go to 10:30 Eastern Standard Time for this session, because it's now become very rich in dialogue because of the two presentations. So I'm asking our administrators whether we can have that a little extra time
Take
here.
8 minutes so that we'll have 2 minutes of time to transition for the next session.
8 minutes is fine.
Thank you.
Dr. Bunn, if you could go to human rights.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And thank you so much, Ambassador Stelzer. And you really brought out some of the normative complexity of what we deal with as lawyers, some of the practical complexity, and the absolute need for collaboration. And I just wanted to echo what you mentioned on SDG 16, peace, justice, strong institution, inclusive societies. This is essential to the implementation of the entire SDG agenda. And in particular, also that, and it was not uncontroversial, if I could put it that way, the inclusion of rule of law in SDG 16, which is a vital part of understanding how we move forward. I did want to just highlight the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because we see that human rights law is a tremendously rich source for sustaining ideas like human security. And we know that the declaration itself really holds profound implications for the ordering of society. And of course, human dignity is a large part of that. But there's one article in particular I wanted to draw the attention of this group to especially, and it really does also resonate with the SDG 16 conversation we're having, which is Article 28. The final provision states that, quote, everyone is entitled to a social and international order in which the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration can be fully realized. So what we see is that the declaration has, of course, shaped human rights law and the human rights movement. And one report has declared that the declaration provides a foundation for a just and decent future for all, and has given people everywhere a powerful tool in the fight against oppression, impunity, and affronts to human dignity. The other, maybe perhaps a bit retrospective note I would like to add is that some of us on this call might remember the United Nations Decade for Human Rights Education. And human rights education has really also contributed to understanding this notion of human security. And quite a lot of work was done then. We're going back now, I think, probably to 1995 to 2004. And I'd like to just read this. It's a little bit long, but I think it would be a great way to close. I will close with this quotation. But I also wanted to mention how the United Nations loves anniversaries. Lawyers love anniversaries. And we are coming up on the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is, of course, December 10th, 1948. Part of the post-war order, part of the global rules-based system that we talk so much about. So I think we have an opportunity, because the eyes of the world will be focused on that 75. But let me just mention something that grew out of literally that decade of education for human rights, elaborated by the Human Security Network at the time. So we are going back a few years, probably 2002. This was formulated. A commitment to human rights and humanitarian law is the foundation for building human security. Human security is advanced in every country by protecting and promoting human rights, the rule of law, democratic governance, democratic structures, a culture of peace, and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. International organizations created by states build a just and peaceful world order. And above all, the United Nations, in its role to maintain international peace and security, must serve the security needs of people. Promoting sustainable development through poverty alleviation, basic social rights, goals of people-centered development, building human security, and international approaches are needed to address sources of insecurity, remedy the symptoms, and prevent the recurrence of threats which affect the daily lives of millions. So I think we have a rich tradition of joining human rights to human security that we can move forward on, and the anchoring of SDG 16 and all that that represents. And obviously it's also something that legal education can both advance and analyze, write about, think about, research about, talk about in its programming. So very grateful that we've had this chance for the conversation in this important World Academic Forum.
Thank you very much. I want to conclude here by making some very tangible suggestions relating to legal education, because there is no natural constituency to translate the conventions and treaties that the nations of the world negotiate arduously and with great intelligence, such as the Sustainable Development Goals. They need a constituency that can advocate them. Dean Stelzer highlighted that many of the instruments are not self-executing. They need to have domestic constituencies. I have been to almost every negotiation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is a pillar of global security since 1990. And I am so cognizant that the legal community is unaware of the importance of these treaties and these conventions for their national and community well-being. And there is no other class of people capable of being a constituency to educate the populace of why these are important, and then legislators to make these treaties executing, because they're not self-executing. And therefore, it seems to me that in the same way as that for a person to get a legal education, they have to understand the national system in which they're operating, the national business system, the national civic system, the political institutions. In today's world, the reality is pandemics, the environment, nuclear threats, financial institutions, and corruption and illegal transfers of money, human trafficking, etc. All of these transcend national borders. And legal education should not be calling this international. This is absolutely essential for an educated person to be a responsible global citizen. And to be a responsible national citizen means, in today's day and age, to be a responsible global citizen. The SDGs are an integrated human security agenda, and they all depend on governance to implement them, getting rid of corruption. That depends on respect for the individual, that the rights of people, the moral agency of people, rather than the moral agency of one person ruling through law, the rule of law, subjecting the state to the law. These are really important, essential concepts that lawyers are uniquely qualified to advocate. And I think that this kind of curriculum that is emerging from this fantastic cornucopia of insight that the World Academy of Arts and Sciences has put together I'm president of the Global Security Institute. This is a global security agenda. This is an anti-corruption agenda. This is the human security agenda. This is exactly the kind of education that lawyers need to have. And I hope that in our final paper coming out of this, we highlight that the content of this fantastic webinar, it's a tsunami of wisdom, be widely disseminated to all of the law schools of the world. And Dean Stelzer, if you want to have the last minute closer, please take it.
There's still a lot to say, of course, but as you know, Jonathan, I'm a practitioner. I'm always trying to see how and where can we add value. How can we include and mainstream the important things into what they create added value? How can we include modules anti-corruption into existing curricula? We don't have to reinvent the wheel. How can we mainstream anti-corruption content into law school curricula, into curricula of political science institutes, international relations institutes, diplomatic academies, all kinds of institutions where they can create energy and make people think and understand better. Because it's, as it has been said, we're looking at a holistic world. And we have to understand that there is no sustainable development without peace based on human rights. And there's no peace without development. They all three are interconnected. You cannot separate them. The world has to be based on rules, on the rule of law. And this integration of the rule of law, sustainable development, peace, human rights, has to be defended and strengthened. We are facing enormous challenges today. Biggest challenges we have been facing for decades. It's a concentration of challenges, and one of the biggest challenges to preserve the human rights architecture, which is being undermined conscientiously by many actors, relativated, weakened. And this is, I think, the biggest danger we are facing, because this is an achievement which gives us such a solid base of action and moving the world forward. So we have to defend that. So being aware that peace can only be preserved and sustained through inclusive development, respecting the right to opportunities for everybody. And of course, all of this is to be based on the human rights. So this was, I have a lot more to say, but I cut it off here. And it was a great privilege to participate. Thank you very much to be in this illustrious group here. And I hope that we could contribute, to help with this conscientization process, that people understand better what it is all about. to strengthen this infrastructure that allows us to strengthen our capacity to build opportunities in equitable and inclusive and fair way.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Stelzer. Thank you, Dr. Bunn, and thank you, Gary Jacobs. And I apologize for going over. God bless you.
No apologies. It's a fabulous
very much.
session. Thank you for your passion, all of you.
Thank you.
This is what we really wanted. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you
Hello,
hear me?
Benno.
Hi,
Pavlos.
Tanya. Hi, Pavlos. Ah, what a wonderful background.
Hi, Benno.
What are you hiding?
Ah.
Okay.
Treasures.
Everybody, is Raminder there? Raminder?
Yes, not joined in.
Olympia, can you hear me?
Yes, Benno,
Oh,
hi.
I can hear you. Hi. So, Rana, you are there. Can you put your microphone
Rana?
on?
Where is Rana? But I don't know. But I am in.
Rana
No.
is listed. Ah, here he is.
Yeah, okay.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Rana.
Not falling asleep, Rana. It's too early to go to bed now.
No, it is okay.
It is okay.
Where is Raminder?
It's not joined in.
I think we start because I don't want to we have our 50 minutes and maybe a little bit more, but not much more than 50 minutes. I think we're going to start. And then we include Raminder as soon as she's ready. Okay. Yeah, warm welcome to all of you for this 50-minute sessions on the humanistic approach to human security for all. This is the fourth and last session of the Human Security for All conference organized by the Jena Declaration. The Jena Declaration is a project on the cultural approach to sustainability and human security for all, and is, together with the Club of Rome, the International Council for Philosophy and Human Sciences, several national commissions for UNESCO, and others, one of the founding partners of it. This session will highlight liberal arts education as a powerful medium for promoting social awareness, understanding, values, and necessary changes in the content and pedagogy that can make the full spectrum of human education a more effective and conscious tool to promote human security. Before I leave the floor to the panelists, please let me introduce myself very briefly. I'm the founder and holder of the UNESCO Chair on Global Understanding for Sustainability at the Friedrich Schiller University of Jena here in Germany, initiator of the Jena Declaration, a WAS Fellow, and the moderator of this session. We attribute much time of our session for discussion. First, among the panelists. These are, hopefully, Raminder will join us, Raminder Kauner from the UK, Olympia Niglio from Italy, Daniel Lang from Germany, Pavlos Kouras from Greece, and Rana P.B. Singh from India. After this first round of discussion,
the panel will answer the questions submitted by the viewers through the chat. So I'm encouraged the viewers on the chat to prepare their question and to submit them through chat. All the panelists can read them and get prepared to answer them. But now, very first, a brief self-introduction by the speakers. Ladies first, Olympia, please.
Thank you, Benno. Thank you very much. For me, it is a very interesting opportunity today to share with us our international program, Reconnecting with Your Culture, also in dialogue with the Iéna Declaration, because it is very important for us to collaborate with you and all your members in this international project. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, everything is fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good. Reconnecting with Your Culture is an international pedagogical program, and this international pedagogical program today is active in many countries around the world, and it is a very honor for us to promote this program in collaboration with the Iéna Declaration and also with the ASEAN Culture Landscape Association located in Seoul, in South Korea. Reconnecting with Your Culture also is a program in dialogue with Agenda 2030, and especially with the 4-point quality education. And Reconnecting with Your Culture is organized in many international committees, Africa, America, Asia, and Europe, and also with specific national committee in every continent. This is today our organization in America, in Africa, about the whole in Occidental Africa, Europe, and Asia, with the presence of India, Sri Lanka, in Indonesia, and Japan. Reconnecting with Your Culture is a pedagogical program born in 2020, starting July 2020. And after 1 year, we have realized many international events, seminars, and also 3 international congress, growing very fast, because during this year, also thanks the pandemic situation, we have a great opportunity to share this program in many countries around the world. And after the first year from the board of this program, we have realized 3 international meetings, more 1,000 seminars, and many specific lectures around the world in a specific school, primary and above all in primary school. This program is also in a dialogue, in a partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy, with the ICOMOS, and above all with many international schools around the world. Today, we have realized also important document to share the contents of this pedagogical program. And we have also received an important award next September during the international congresses was take place in Mexico City at the end of September during the international cultural congresses in Mexico City last year. Today, we have many countries applied this important pedagogical program, and we have also realized the important document as the Tokyo Charter, promoted in July 31, published in July 31 during the Olympic Games, and also a specific guide where we describe exactly the aims of this pedagogical program. Now we have an important goals for 2024 because for us it is very important to continue this path around the world and above all to strong very well the young generation to approach the significance of the cultural local heritage. This important program have many aims, and I am very happy to share with you this finality of these programs. Thanks my colleagues, Professor Rana Singh from India. Please, Rana.
Could I ask you to be a little bit shorter because we have only 50 minutes and we have 5 or 6 people. So
okay, sorry.
Maybe just a short personal presentation of yourself, and then we enter in your background and your activities.
Okay.
Okay. So next one, maybe Daniel. Can you just introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm happy to introduce myself, and I also didn't prepare any slides because I don't manage to work with slides in 1.5 minutes. So my name is Daniel Lang. I'm a UNESCO chair holder at Leuphana University in Lüneburg. The UNESCO chair is labeled Higher Education for Sustainable Development. Besides that, I'm also a professor at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology for Real-World Laboratory Design. And, you know, there is a multitude I could say, but I think particularly, I want to briefly point you to something that this UNESCO chair, and this was mainly my predecessor, Gerd Michelsen, and then also in collaboration with Matthias Barth, what they did at Leuphana, and which is a very nice example of a humanistic approach to higher education. That is that at Leuphana University, all students entering the first semester do a cross topic study. So they have different modules, and one of these modules, which is 1/3 of the entire study time, is called Research Transforms, Responsible Action. And in this module, students really do a concrete project on sustainability, accompanied by a lecture on sustainability. And the concrete example that also is mentioned in the abstract that we have submitted is that we did with half of the entire cohort, which is 750 students. We did already 5 years ago. We started a visioning process in our concrete community under the label Lüneburg 2030 Plus, 25 visions for Lüneburg, which then as a project entered in the next phase where we developed concrete options. And now we are in the 3rd phase where we work in real world laboratories. And just last week we had a conference, and it's a conference week where all the students then present their work, their insights. And also in this last semester, we had, I think, 10 to 12 seminars working on the future of this concrete community. Lüneburg, and one example was, for instance, a seminar working on the future of work. So I think that's a very nice example, and I'm happy to further explore during the discussion.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Daniel. Pavlos.
Benno, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful panel. I am Pavlos Kabouras from Greece, professor of anthropology and ethnomusicology at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And I'm also UNESCO chair holder, titled Anthropology of Traditional Music, Representing and Repositioning Intangible Cultural Heritage. So my career has focused on 3 salient topics: humanistic approach, transdisciplinarity, human intelligence in various fields of implementation. And if I'm given the chance, I will elaborate later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Rana, maybe just your personal work, and then you can will reconnect with your culture later on again. Okay.
Okay.
Can you introduce yourself, Rana?
Yes, myself a cultural geographer and involved in so many rural activities, pilgrimages, and how the religious journey to be involved for the social awakening and cultural awakening, and what we call it deep education. So education not with the books, but practically going to the schools, let them learn about the cultural heritage. And this way we have started this under the guidance of Olympia, that is called Reconnecting with the Culture. So we have two basic things. The one thing is that theoretically, whatever we discuss, how practically to convert for the sustainable understanding through the religious perspective, but religious is a very wider term. We are not using in strict sense. This is one. Second is that practically let the students at the primary school, they go to the heritage site, they learn from there, they co-share and then experience. And this way, in about 30 countries, such programs we have started in mostly below high school, so that this new cadre may be developed for the social work and future sustainability model. And we are also using JENA, that declaration model in that, and then sustainable development goals altogether.
Okay, thank you very much. And now Raminder, who joined us a little bit late, but she's here now. Please go ahead, Raminder.
Thank you. I'm still confused by timings in North India. I'm very happy to be involved in this. Thank you for being here and also allowing me to participate. So myself, I'm trained in anthropology, art and archaeology. I'm now based in two departments, anthropology and international development. I'm a professor of anthropology and cultural studies. So you can see transdisciplinarity has been at the heart of my academic training from the outset. It's extended into the transsectoral public fora, as with the arts and heritage sectors, where I worked as consultant, creative practitioner, and as artistic director of the company Sahaya Visions, also as script writer, producer, and curator. I engage diverse collaborative, especially in UK and India, and now just recently Pakistan. So it's inherently transnational. And I believe in universities without walls, taking students out to be included in participatory projects with communities, as well as introducing wider communities to how educational or academic work need not be a barrier, but a channel for multi-perspectival communication through not just words, but images, performances, film, and digital media.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, let's go into now the main topic of the session. And my interest is in the next round, just that you can illustrate what your experiences are with transdisciplinary research and cooperation, mainly as a representative of the humanities in different projects you are engaged, and maybe just mentioning the fields you are making these experiences. What I would be interested is, what is the position normally of somebody who is coming from the humanities into a transdisciplinary project? What hurdles and obstacles you probably were confronted, and how we could overcome them? So who wants to take the word?
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead, Pavlos.
Okay. First, we need to, before we get into the point of transdisciplinarity in the humanities, we need to understand that by transdisciplinarity, we mean the research effort conducted by investigators from different disciplines working jointly to create new conceptual, theoretical, methodological, and even translational, from translation, innovations. Such activities aim at integrating and transcending discipline-specific approaches, addressing a common problem. Now, transdisciplinarity should be distinguished from interdisciplinarity. And I will not get into this, but since we are asked to talk about the way our experiences have formed in using transdisciplinarity in the human sciences, I would say that I've always encountered a major problem when I had to communicate with other disciplines, because it was always, I realized that there was always a tendency on the part of the collaborators coming from other disciplines to translate what was the common agenda or research problem in their methodologies, without being able to reach a compatible methodological framework. So it seems to me that one of the problems that transdisciplinarity can cope with, can solve, is by looking at and elaborating on a new framework. This has been my contribution to the humanities. The new framework was an emphasis on human intelligence, but situated in the rather recent discovery made by physical anthropology, namely that we humans, modern humans, are the descendants of the subspecies of Homo sapiens sapiens. This is very important in my view, because it allows us to talk about choice. How? Because Homo sapiens sapiens has this capacity to think over thinking, to feel over feeling, to reflect over reflecting. Therefore, this whole issue of having the choice to decide whether to go one way or another, it's inherent in this species. Now, a side effect of this capacity is ego consciousness, because as we build on our urges towards survival, we end up capitalizing on a pseudo sense, an illusionary sense of being. This ego consciousness saturates our activities when we are working in the area of humanities, or when we try to cooperate with other researchers. So to me, the Human Intelligence Project focuses on other levels of intelligence besides memory and reason, besides ego awareness, the very capacity of the being of the Homo sapiens sapiens to transcend his or her own egotism. This I find to be very important when we sit down to frame a collaborative framework model of how to cope with a common problem. The common problem could be fear, which is also in the essence of security, or a problem from not being sure about the needs, whether they will be satisfied or not, your everyday needs. So in this sense, a meta-consciousness level is required when we go about to deal with awareness of different kinds: economic awareness, psychological awareness, awareness, educational awareness. There is another level that human intelligence can allow us to build on. And this is the awareness of awareness, the consciousness of consciousness.
Okay. Thank you, Pavlos. I think this is very important to emphasize that in the humanities, we are dealing with what is also called the double hermeneutics, that things that we are talking about have already a meaning, and you have to always reflect that. I would like to ask Daniel, when he has a long experience in real laboratory exercises, and you just illustrated that every student is engaged in some project like that in Leuphana University in Lüneburg. So what is, I mean, there you have a real transdisciplinary approach, including citizens, including local politicians and so on in all your project. What is your experience with this in-depth transdisciplinary work?
I try to keep it short. So this is, you know, this could now be a very long.
No, just the key.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that the first thing that is important for me that, you know, besides what Pavlos just mentioned, you know, there are these different notions of transdisciplinarity, but for me, a key component of transdisciplinarity is also that it not only goes beyond disciplines, but it also goes beyond academia. So it's really acknowledging that there are different modes of knowing and knowledge in the world, and that at the end of the day, it's only one mode of knowing if we come into the scientific realm. So that's important, and this is how I usually approach it. So there are many challenges I could mention. So, you know, there are different epistemologies that we are facing if we go out of the ivory tower already as scientists, different scientific epistemologies, and it's also, you know, there are different, you know, time frames, etc. I think that's quite usual. But what I want to emphasize is rather the strength, particularly in an educational environment. So if we take a humanistic education seriously, which is focusing besides kind of the idea of a methodological training, content-related training for our student, and say, well, it's also about personal development, really developing or coming closer to something like a practical wisdom. I think there is a lot of evidence, and we have experienced this also in our projects, that, you know, a project and problem-based orientation of your research is key. And this is what we see in these settings I have just described, so that our students learn many other things and you know, also develop as personalities in these settings. And I think that is, for me, one of the key aspects. And the last aspect I want to mention is really that also the question who learns, who is the educator and who is the learner, fundamentally changes if we really take transdisciplinarity seriously. Because then, you know, also we as researchers are learners, and often also the students or the people from outside the academic world contribute to our learning experience. So I think if we take this idea of transdisciplinarity seriously, it's, you know, the classical idea of learner and educator is also fundamentally changing.
And how do you evaluate the students in that project? Do you evaluate the capacity to learn from one another, the capacity to learn from others, to the capacity to work with citizens, to work with certain stakeholders and so on? Or how do you evaluate the students working in such projects?
Well, I think the evaluation is a major challenge in this project. We have different approaches. So in the first semester, we really evaluate the reports the students are writing and the reflections on the reports. We have also another transdisciplinary project where we deliberately separate kind of the project work from the learning evaluation, where we really then have an oral exam, which is only focusing on the learning progress and the self-reflection of the students and not on the project success.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you. Raminder is working in a transdisciplinary field, especially by integrating local artists, as far as I know, and so on. What is your experience as to working in arts with artists, local artists, and so on, as a cultural anthropologist?
Well, that's a very interesting question. And I think if we could talk about transdisciplinarity by first unpacking disciplinarity, what is that about? It's about enforcing some kind of discipline on knowledge worlds with boundaries, with gatekeepers, with all kinds of markers of achievement, etc. And that in itself, those disciplines, or the disciplinarity of those disciplines, tries to compartmentalize life and its studies, when we all know that life is very messy. And this is what artists really revel in. They're not interested in compartmentalizing, but actually reveling in that mess. And from that messiness, which is something that we shouldn't fear, because it's really about a dissolution of boundaries, which much of which are artificial. And even with anthropologists, there's a sense that you can't be an anthropologist without getting messy, i.e. doing field work, in order to gather insights and deconstruct your own preconceptions and prejudices and work with them in order to, communicate across cultural boundaries, cultural contexts. So in a similar way, an anthropologist who is based in academia has an artistic approach. But when it comes to returning to the academic field, when it comes to returning to the university, then those boundaries, those disciplinarities, and all those other benchmarks come into place. And I think artists teach us that, we can get messy and not lose our bearings and not fear it, and also develop some interesting ways to connect with communities where we can go beyond words. Words can, are beautiful, they can be poetic, they can be evocative, but they also can challenge people, especially if they are literacy challenged. And I think this is where the arts play a really important part.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. Olympia and Rana, they are working in this Reconnect with Your Culture project. That's what I know best from them. It's not the only thing I know from them, but that's what I know best. And the idea is to bring into education, as far as I understood it, the local tradition, local cultures. And there, of course, you are confronted or working with all types of people from regional settings, communities, cities, and so on. What is your experience across the world? I mean, you have Reconnect with Your Culture International, and then you have all these local organizations, or regional and national organizations. So maybe Olympia, under your international overview, and then maybe Rana, your experience in the Asian part of the world. Olympia, please.
Okay, thank you, Benno. This is interesting questions. And reconnecting with your culture allows us to understand the value of the dialogue among culture, and also last experience in Japan with an international exposition allows us to connect different children around the world, and also to also understand the value of this important dialogue for peace in the world, because we need peace and we need more contact among us, and the culture is a very important basic to build this important situation in our common house. And now I invite Professor Rana, because Professor Rana is the president of Reconnecting with Your Culture Asia, to share with us this specific experience in Asia of this program. Please, Rana.
Okay, thank you. Just to let me read a few lines that give you the concluding or whatever experience we have. One should realize that all the problems of understanding and communication generate from the mind. Then solution will also come from the mind. The boundary and binary of subject should be crossed to enable human services. Let us think of the world as a cultural whole through RWIC, Science for Society and Culture, and reciprocally, the cycle is going like a spiral, not circle, but it's spiral. It is going into infinity. And what we find that if you have to say in a more philosophic way, what to be done, we come to this conclusion, what Mahatma Gandhi once said, and we have referred in our writings, we need to promote education for life, education through life, and education throughout life, through the cultural understanding, deeply rooted interconnection with the local heritage, and then co-shared that knowledge for making better children, better education, better society, and this way that will be a model. So we are working that way. So this is the general summary, what we got from 2-3 countries we have worked together. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Very important. I mean, if you have now this overview or this vision of all the participants, where they are engaged in and what their experiences are in very short form, if you had the chance to restructure the schooling system on whatever level, to prepare young people in a better way for what you are interested to do, what would be your recommendation for the restructuring of schooling, primary schooling, and all types of schooling before the university level? This is a question to all of you.
I can just say
Okay,
something very practical, which is based in UK. If in the past we could, as artists or academics, immediately contact teachers, and with their help we could engage students in primary and secondary schools in a variety of projects. Nowadays they are being turned into academies with executives, and they can be quite pan-local, regional, even national, and you have to go to the top in order to get to the bottom, i.e. not the bottom in a kind of hierarchical way, but to the grassroots. So it's a mountainous climb, and so these impositions from above actually get in the way of us trying to connect on the grassroots level. I wonder if that's the case in other places around the world.
Pavlos, about Greece,
Yes,
your experience and your vision?
Yeah, it's a very it's a difficult, straightforward but difficult question. But anyway, I would go with introducing this approach to human intelligence right from the first stages of education. Teach, show the way to people how to understand that everything is mind, as Professor Rana said, but show them that they have the ability to transcend mind. Mind can transcend mind. This they can learn. And they can learn also that what we see as reality is a play between opposites, because our mind, our habitual mind, makes us see the world this way. So having first this philosophical inner, actually lived, actually experienced philosophical background, I would, formulate a framework for introducing the youths to this reality. Number two, I would use the arts, especially the performing arts, which I'm more familiar with. The fundamental concept in the arts is performance. Performance means realizing something while being assessed for the realization of this something. There's an audience assessing you. So performance, like consciousness, is always about another, is about otherness. And we, artists, instructors, researchers, tend to hide our I-ness, our ego, behind the discussion on the level of the other. So our performances focus on otherness, hiding the awareness of I-ness. So I would try to teach how to move from a performance of otherness to othering performance, completely changing, reversing the process. Why do this? Because, you know, reality is not only the play of opposites, but if we reverse the flow of the opposites, then we can come closer to a deeper realization, an illumination that is akin to a higher level of intelligence.
And Daniel, I would like to ask you, I mean, with your real laboratory experiences, you certainly can see what are the competences and the lacking competences of people coming out of a traditional schooling system. What you see as the, I mean, what your real life experiences, it goes in the direction of what Pavlos just described. So what kind of competences are you missing in your projects? Or by the participants in your projects?
Well, I think, you know, I want to move away from a deficit logic, because I think the competencies are all there. We just need to enable people to let them unfold, and give them the opportunity that they can really further develop their competencies. And, you know, I think it's difficult to translate to English, but in German we have this this notion of Gestaltungskompetenz, which is not really, if a design competence does not really match the Gestaltungskompetenz, but it's really, you know, a competency to think in systems, to include normative notions into your thinking, but also having a foundation in a good basic in a good basic knowledge. But I think it's really this competence to engage with the world. And I think we, you know, in the long-term discussions, and Benno, you have been involved this far longer than I have, you know, all the discussion about education for sustainable development. I think if we would take this seriously, there would be so much there, and we still have not changed our educational system in a way as we already trying to, you know, based on the things that we already know, and that is also on the highest level of UNESCO discussions, of UN discussions. I think it's all there. We just need to take it seriously and change the system, that we can really walk the talk.
Yeah. I mean, my view about changing education system is that's only possible in the bottom-up process, that parents are calling for other competence for their children. If you go the traditional way from the top down, even to produce a manual, schooling manual takes 3 to 5 decades. I mean, what the hell? How long takes it to have other changes? So, and I think the Reconnect project is some kind of a bottom-up project to have at least an influence in the schooling topics and the schooling system. How do you see the potential of the parents or engaged citizens to change the schooling system or student content?
Yes. Exactly. Yes, Benno. The program Reconnecting with Your Culture allows us to understand the importance of the dialogue among different generations. No, this is very important to reinforce this dialogue, and we have to invest in young generation by helping to recover, above all, the heredity roots. We have to introduce the thinking of local cultural heritage from kindergarten and help build the future thanks to the knowledge of our cultural heritage. And this is possible thanks to the dialogue among different generations.
Rana?
Also, Rana,
only
please.
the 2 lines I have to add, taking the Paulos, Daniel, and Beno, what we call in our culture, like Paulos has added this realization, we call in philosophic term and what we are using in our school, from realization to revelation. Realize something awakened. So that should be like this. And second most important thing is that it should come from the bottom, what we call locality to universality. It is nothing like a positive way what Berno has added. And this in some of the schools, like one case in Varanasi, using our this RWYC program, we have started last year, and these are complete change. Their behavior change. We go and their children are so much insightful about art, writing about the culture, thinking about the future. This we want to generate. Our life is just close by. We want to create that generation. So this way, that thing to be linked, these 3 philosophic ideas. And practically we have to do from the grassroots level. In Indian term, we call it sanskar. It starts from very childhood by mother. So that training should start in the family itself. If they are not respecting their parents, how they can respect the teachers? So that thing also to be started in school, and thanks to Smith School in Banaras, they are doing this and they have proved this. They said, look, no program. Suddenly they have called me, come on, Ranaji, go to that, check that. I have gone in the field, my goodness, within 1 year, wonderful program, and that has been appreciated by RWYC meetings. So this is the way practically the 3 ideas I try to link. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Raminder, I see you, Raminder. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think these are really great ideas, and I wish I could live on a planet where we could implement them, but I don't think we can. And the reason is, one of the main reasons is that we are working in systems with national curricula across the board. So the nation state, which is, as your paper pointed out, Benno, is a top-down mechanism which is trying to reproduce compliant and obedient citizens as the next generation. Whilst those curricula are in place, and this is repeated across the world, we cannot enter and bring in these beautiful visionary universalizing ideas. One way forward is to actually persuade these people at the top or in the middle about the benefits of transnational curricula. The benefits of transnational curricula, buying into their logic, would be that, for instance, you know, it's about communication, it's about linking migrants with other parts of the world and mainstreams. It's also about trade, if you want to use that kind of language. It's about openness, it's about business. So I think we need to develop a language which also in some senses challenges the language of those people at the top, especially when they have the power to enforce national curricula.
Yeah, we have a few minutes left because we are the last session. I guess we can hope to extend for a little bit, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. And in this final 6 minutes, you know, the conference also to get ideas how to have an impact on schooling curricula, and especially in respect of human security of all. So I'm asking you all, what role can the humanistic approach or the humanities have play to improve human security at all, for all? Where do you see the biggest potential? In a few sentences, not too much sophisticated, very simple recommendation. What would you say? What are the strengths of the humanities to improve human security of all, for all?
Can I say something?
Okay.
We all know that life depends on hermeneutics. We interpret the world, and then we stick to interpretations. So, what would the humanistic approach contribute? Could a humanistic approach contribute to education? To teach everybody, not only students, parents, everyone, that interpretations is a kind of free will result, but free will that does not move from the level of realization to revelation, as Rana said, then it becomes dangerous. Interpretations that cannot transcend themselves within the system, they are dangerous ideas conducive to ideologies and problematic sources for conflict, war, uncertainty, and everything that insecurity accounts for.
A big part of the current curriculum are nationalistic curricula, and they are producing a lot of potential for conflicts. Who else? Daniel, do you have any suggestion?
You know, it's always difficult for me because I'm not coming from the humanities, but maybe I can contribute from a
I mean, humanities in the extent also qualitative social sciences, they are part of humanities in my sense. Yeah.
You know, and I think Raminder mentioned this. You know, I think it's starting from this idea that we live in a messy world, and that, you know, that it's not, and trying to take this seriously also in our educational approaches, and not always try to say, well, we integrate everything, or this is the right perspective, but really acknowledging diversity, and then in the next step trying to see
how to deal with
where are the connections between the different approaches. And I think that could be a way forward to really, you know, appreciate and acknowledge diversity and not try to make everything into one box.
Great. I just got the order that I have to close the session, or you can see it in the chat. Okay. In a few minutes, okay. I'm giving the word also to Olympia and to Rana for a short final statement in that respect.
Okay.
Where do you see the strengths of your approach?
I think for all is for me, and we have to put on the center the culture, because only thanks to the culture together we can build a good world. Yes, this is my thinking for all. Thank you.
Okay, we appreciate Messi, but we have also to know mosaicness. Like when you are talking about national frame in India, impossible. There are 20 official languages. There are different culture, and that's why we started from the grassroots, bottom up, regional based culture, and then to project that will work for ancient culture like China, Korea, Japan, and India, the 4 countries I have studied. So that is my perspective to just humbly inform you.
Raminder, you have the very last word.
Well, I think if we were to re-envisage human security in terms of life enhancing and creative communication, where here we could connect people, or begin to think of connecting people in an increasingly divided world through themes that we all, need to live with, such as food, relationships, caring, dealing with economic insecurities and environmental challenges. I think this communication, which is also part of co-creative methods, which plays a part in artistic and anthropological work, will lead to lasting relationships and networks. And I think human security in itself could be a term that could be unpacked and made into an enriching and enhancing sort of prospect.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we, of course, in 50 minutes you cannot do everything, but I think we were approaching a lot of points, or mobilizing a lot of points and ideas. I would like to ask you to put your thoughts and your results for this session maybe in 150 words text, and to send it to me, and I will to compile it for a summary of the whole session, and what you think that the WAS should take out of this session for its strategy for human security for all. And I will compile it to a one-pager and then give it to you back, and then submit it to the organizers. If you could do that the next 10 days, that would be fantastic. I'm wishing you a wonderful rest of the day or night, wherever you are, and hope we will meet again. I think we started a very, very important and a very fruitful discussion, and hopefully we can continue that in another context, in another framework. Look after yourself and take care. All the best to you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for the moderation, Benno.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much. Bye-bye.
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 In a rapidly changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Hello, Gary. Another major achievement.
You're muted.
Gary is muted.
Yes, yes.
I was complimenting Donato on his full day's work today.
I'm sorry?
I was commenting on your full engagement today. We put you to work.
Well, it's very, very challenging, very interesting. Many ideas have been flagged, very interesting ones. Yeah. And I think we will have a hard job ahead because to filter all this and to reproduce it in a synthetic way and for consumption, for our own consumption as part of the campaign, it's a real challenge. But it gives a lot of strength, the fact that we know that we have so many supporters and so much expertise, I think, around this subject.
Yeah.
Gary, whenever you're ready, I can feel that we just you, and now I see Phoebe there. Hello, Phoebe. So we
Hello.
have, hello, Phoebe. Welcome for the concluding session of this special conference on education for human security. So you too, and we have also
Remus.
the program, and we have Remus. Remus is also joining, I assume. We'll have the daunting task of summarizing and distilling all this knowledge. I'm sure you're perfectly up to it. Gary, give me a sign when you're ready, we start.
I think we'll go ahead, Donato.
Very well. So thank you all again for being with us. Concluding session of this conference on education for human security. We have the pleasure of having with us Professor Febi Koundouri, sorry. Febi is an environmental economist, and she's also the chair of a special hub on climate change and climate change subjects as part of the Athens University. Also with us, we should have Remus Pricopi, president of the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration of Romania. But I don't see Remus yet, so he might join us. I'm sure he will join us at some point. And least but not last, for sure, Gary Jacobs, who is the executive chair and also the president of the World Academy of Art and Science, and is also the executive chair of the campaign that the World Academy is unraveling, I would say, is conducting as we speak with the United Nations on the subject of human security. So this was no coincidence that the topic was selected of education for human security. We heard so many interesting remarks, even just to, I think would be worth repeating, but we don't have that time. We don't have the luxury of reiterating what has been said right now. But I want to just restate one point, for those who may have not followed the discussion. I think that when we talk about human security, we should be aware of the angle of the perspective that we are talking from. Is one specific angle, is the human angle, the individual angle, is humanity, is the essence of human souls, is the essence of who we are. And this is fundamentally true. And this is the reason why we have been actually engaged by the United Nations to accompany a specific office of the United Nations that is called the Security Unit in the development and the carrying out the campaign on human security. This is so close to the core issues that the World Academy has ever conducted, and so this is part of the organizational history and its future. I think that we have to be cognizant of the fact that although we very often we talk about governance, and this is another subject that we have faced, that we have discussed through, for instance, the Global Leadership Program. That was another successful program of the World Academy just concluded a year ago, again with the United Nations. We spoke a lot about governance, and obviously in that case, the protagonist or the responsible entity are states. Here, when we talk about human security, the rights and the obligations of the individuals come first. They come first, but they are not exclusive. They have to be seen actually not as in antagonistic position towards member states, towards UN member states or governments. They have to be seen as complementary. So I think that this complementarity somehow is very important, because if we lose that particular perspective, it will be very hard really to reach not just a consensus, because the consensus about human security is already there, but to implement human security, to make sure that the concept of human security is really enacted at individual levels and also at state level, at governmental level. The other point that I wanted to make is that in doing so, obviously, we're talking about education as the conduit, as the necessary conduit for a transformation. A transformation in terms of the educational system, but it also as a form of cultural revolution, because it's only through a cultural revolution that we can really meaningfully reach our own target. I mean, in order to implement the sense of what is human security. Another point that has been flagged at some point, at probably the very beginning of the conference, the very first day, Gary certainly reminds me that, is the concept of education and culture as a lifeline, as a therapeutical element, as therapy. I think that this is also very important to be kept in mind, because if we want to achieve a genuine culture, if we want to breed a culture internationally, it has to touch bodies and minds and souls. I mean, the culture of the soul has to be taken into account, because we want to transform habits, and we want to take into account, we want to absorb and represent feelings. Now, since we're talking about feelings, I think I want to hear first from Remus, who just came on board. Remus is the president of the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration of Romania. Remus, thank you for joining us in this concluding session of the conference. So what are your feelings about the level of education that we have nowadays? Is this level of education globally acceptable up to this transformational role that we should embody in one way or another in order to represent and to assert the principle and the concept of human security? Remus, to you first. And the same question also is valid for the other two speakers, of course.
Hi, Donato. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, because I changed the settings and now I am okay. I do believe globally, so I'm not talking about Romania, I'm not talking about a specific country. Globally, we arrived in a moment when we don't know how to do education with our kids. As a former Minister of Education, as a university professor, having 28 years of international experience, I see this everywhere. On one hand, we have pedagogy and settings established 19th century. And we reject all the novelties in, what's going on around us. The pandemic situation had, besides the negative and the disaster across the globe with a lot of millions of people dying and, the sacrifice, had just a small positive aspect to impose the digital instruments, including in the learning. But after the pandemic situation concluded, all schools, almost all schools and almost all universities came back to the very official settings of the classroom. We don't, in order to educate someone, you need to understand his psychology, his or her needs, to understand the society in which our students today will live in the next 5 decades, professionally speaking, but we still approach education and including educational policies in old fashion. This is one aspect. I'll give you a concrete example, and after that I'll move to the second step. In Romania, like everywhere, there are a kind of compulsory literature readings. According to some studies, just 3% of Romanian kids finish these readings, compulsory. And as a minister 10 years ago, I said, why we don't try to complement in another way? For example, combining reading with movies, because there are movies which follow exactly a specific piece of literature, and to discuss. The idea is to be in dialogue with our kids, to help them to discover the arts, the literature. Now, it was a big reaction from teachers. How can the Minister of Education encourage pupils not to read? In fact, I was discussing about how we can enrich our kids besides the 3% of the kids reading. This is one aspect. The second aspect, so if we speak about the classroom, so we have problems in the classroom, but we have also problems in the system. And today we were, and the day before and 2 days before, we were discussing about big percentage of out of school kids. This is not a success. This is not a success in Romania, as is not a success in the United States or in a sub-Saharan country. We set as an objective 2015 to win the fight with exclusion of kids from primary. Let's look to statistics. So we have big problems, and I don't agree with you, Donato. You know, I fully agree on many topics. I highly respect you, but you said it's already agreed human security is a topic. No, we have not agreed this. Let's look in the conflict war situations and how many millions of kids are out of school or out of any idea of security. So these are the signals. You know, I will switch to something else. I enjoyed the discourse of the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres, a couple of days ago, saying if we keep this way, in 300 years, we'll have, you know, gender equity and policies. So we have to stop to say in a very nicely way positive things when the context is negative. It's the same with school. It's the same with kids. It's the same with basic concepts. Gary, Donato, and many colleagues from our academy, we were discussing a lot how is possible to have leaders around the world without a minimum level of knowledge on fundamental topics like human security, like Paris Agreement. So this, in fact, the reason for which we decided to organize this conference on education, on human security, one of the reasons is the fact that because we realize we are not doing our job correctly in our universities and in our school. Not myself, not Donato, not Gary, but we look at the outcomes of the system, and we have to revisit the concept of education, of educational systems, and we have to push on some policies. And with this, I conclude. Gary said today in an earlier session, human security is not a specialization. It's something that should be embedded in all school or academic programs. And if we succeed to do this, then citizens, leaders in the near future maybe will be more responsible. Full stop.
Remus, thank you very much. And you did not contradict me at all. You just explained it better. You explained better what I wanted to say. You elaborated on the concept. I meant saying the concept of human security exists, but as you pointed out, that does not mean that it's understood. It does not mean that this is explained or this is accepted. So this is definitely a task ahead of us. Now, along the same vein, I would pass the floor to Phoebe. I mean, I think this is the right way of concluding this conference, have a sort of introduction from the three speakers, and then I will go more in depth with a set of questions to summarize the proceedings themselves. So, Phoebe, the question to you is the same as for Remus. I mean, what is the relevance of human security for education? How do you see education as a driver for cultural change? If that's the case, and if that is something that you also would support.
Yes, thank you very much. I definitely think that education is the main driver for any change, actually, for any change that can be stimulated, designed, developed, implemented by humans. So what is crucial for me is to increase the level of understanding of what human security refers to, the different aspects of human security. So we need to be very clear on what we want to achieve in the setting of human security. I like to be explicit and refer to economic security, assuring basic livelihood derived from work, public and environmental resources, or reliable social safety nets. Then it's food security, of course, ready physical and economic access to basic food, health security, access to personal health care and productive public health regimes. Environmental security, it's about resilience, ecosystem resilience and safety from natural disasters and resource scarcity, which of course is at risk because of the climate change crisis, the destabilization of climate, which results in increased frequency and severity of extreme weather conditions. Ecosystem collapse is worsening environmental security, of course. The ecosystems on which our production and consumption activity is based are collapsing, and this is very dangerous. Then we have personal security, physical safety from violent conflict, human rights abuses, domestic violence, crime, child abuse, self-inflicted violence, and so on. Community security, safety from oppressive community practices, and political security, freedom from state oppression and abuses of human rights. Now, all these elements of security, which are important and have various degrees of successful implementation or unsuccessful implementation in different locations across the world, in different countries across the world, integrate very nicely with the global framework that we have for developing our pathways, economic, environmental, and social pathways towards a sustainable world, toward the future that we want. So in 2015, like I said in my previous speech, we've agreed, 193 nations agreed that our future, the future that we want, can be defined in terms of 17 sustainable development goals that deal with social aspects, economic aspects, environmental aspects, the interaction between them. And these are detailed into 169 targets and a few hundred KPIs, something approximately to 250 KPIs. And all these elements of human security, economic, food, health, environmental, personal, community, political security, are easily transpose into targets within the SDGs. And why do I want to put the human security aspect into the SDGs? Because I firmly believe that if we are gonna become sustainable, if we are gonna get to the future we want in 2030 or a bit beyond that, and I have reasons to say that maybe the SDGs are not achievable by 2030. The Earth does not have such a fast pace of regenerating capacity. And also humans are yet to prove that they have the ability to upskill and reskill and upgrade according to the technological advancement pace. But if the future we want is in the SDGs, then it's nice to integrate the different other initiatives, aspirations, visions into these SDGs, so that we have one common framework. It's complicated enough already. It is a very systemic, integrated, interdisciplinary, holistic framework that needs to engage all the stakeholders. And because it is so difficult, and because it is holistic enough, it is time that we transpose our education system into systems that can accommodate the knowledge that is needed in order to implement the SDGs. They can teach this knowledge, they can focus research on better methods and analysis for designing in detail the pathways towards the SDGs, for innovating technologies that are relevant for implementing this systemic framework. So we really need to revise our education system in something that can really support our vision and aspirations. And at the moment, like the previous speaker said, our education system does not have any of the elements that are crucial for SDG implementation. First of all, we don't have education for all. There are millions of kids out of school. So we don't have access, we don't have inclusivity. We did not manage to transfer resources towards achieving SDG 4, good quality education for all. And then where education exists and it is accessible for all, is not of the kind that will produce adults or youth or children that can engage with some sort of confidence into the framework, the systemic interdisciplinary framework of the SDGs. So at the end of the day, we have education systems that work in the silos of disciplines, that reproduce inflexible, non-systemic, not integrated education structures and knowledge. And at the end of the day, we end up with not producing the skills, the knowledge, the understanding that it needed for SDG transposition. I am chairing the Global Climate Hub of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And at the same time, I am the president of the European Association of Environmental Resource Economics. Now, these are two, just to give you an example of the difficulties we are facing, even at the research level, even at the university level. These are two global networks, basically. The first one is the global network of 1,800 institutions, universities and research centers working on sustainability solutions. And they have as their Bible the SDGs, and we try to produce technological, policy, financial, economic, social solutions in a very integrated manner in order to address the transition to the SDGs, while knowing with the deep knowledge that no SDG can be achieved without the other SDGs being achieved. So we have to work in a very systemic framework. And in this Global Climate Hub that I chair, we realize that what is needed is really an integration, and allow me to put just one slide on of the following different elements. We first need to find and collect the data. So this is a slide. So we need a climate data platforms and digital applications unit. We need atmospheric physics and climatology. We need climate and energy modeling. We need climate and land use modeling. We need to model climate and health. We need to design innovation structures and accelerate them for producing solutions for climate neutrality and resilience that are of high TRL, so that they can be massively accelerated to the market, to be massively deployed, so that the transition gets the pace that we need. We have a unit looking at the economic and financing elements of the climate neutrality transition. So we look into the finance, the labor market, the policies, the equity results of the policies that we design, the investments that we suggest, and the implementation instruments that we develop. And then we have a unit of transformative participatory approaches, national living labs, systems innovation, methodologies, from bringing all the relevant stakeholders together, the politicians, the policymakers, the NGOs, the technology developers, the scientists, the civil society as a whole, the businesses, the financial institutions, in order to co-design the transition pathways. This is the only way to get something implemented. If people feel that they co-design something and they own the solution pathway, if they own it, they will support its implementation. And finally, everything that has to do with education and upskilling and reskilling with regards to developing and implementing climate change transition pathways. So you can see how many disciplines are integrated here. Almost all: natural sciences, social sciences, human sciences, and so on. The European Association of Environmental Resource Economies, that has 1,500 institutional members, and it has members from 70 different countries across the world. It is globally now. Works only on the just transition policies, finance, labor market, and a bit on the climate and energy and climate and land use. And it's so difficult to really pass the message to this amazing group of top environmental economists across the world that they need to open up from their own silos and work with the other disciplines in order to construct meaningful climate pathways. And this is just an example which comes from a community, environmental economists, that has accepted the need for interdisciplinarity much more than any other community in the economics discipline. So this is an example that has effects on the way we teach economics, on the way we do research on economics, on the way we innovate in economics, on the way we design policies, we analyze policies, and the way we fail. And that's why we need to change our education, our university, our primary, secondary education, because it's not enough to introduce all this interdisciplinarity at the university level. You have to prepare the people to really be able to handle interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary frameworks where the silos do not exist anymore. So this is the point I want to make, and it's really important that all this effort is not just designed by scientists and educators, but it is co-designed by all stakeholders that need to engage in this transition, in this cultural transition and transformation that needs to happen in education. I'll stop here.
Phoebe, thank you very much. And after hearing from Remus and his diagnostics in terms of where the school system is, where the educational system is, and the failures that we are confronted with, we now heard from Phoebe a response given by the interagency and multidisciplinary hub that she is leading on the environment and the economics that gives us some answers. I mean, in terms of being co-creators of responses, for sure. I mean, having a level of participation that can make everybody feel like this is something that we are creating, that we own. So a shared ownership. Now, this might be one of the lessons learned from this 3-day conference, but I would give the floor to Gary, the president of the World Academy of Art and Science, to give us his insight in terms of what the conference has produced, this wealth of knowledge that has been passed on to us. How do you think we can make good use of it? And what are the key messages that you could offer at this point? Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Donato, and my thanks to my fellow panelists, Remus and Phoebe, for 2 superb summary statements, which have touched on core issues for this conference and for the work that we're doing in the Academy. And I'm trying to frame my comments in complement to what we've heard from them, and just kind of zoom out a little to look at the big picture in a hope that it'll give a perspective to how we reconcile the issues that we've heard. There's no question of summarizing this conference. We've had 26 sessions, 125 speakers, 270 plus participants. Jonathan Granoff summed it up very well a few sessions ago. He said it's a tsunami of insights, and it's going to take us a long time to process and digest what we've heard fully. But I think there is a context or perspective from which we're going to try to do it. And I'd like to start by backing up to 2013, which Donato remembers very well, when we had our first conference at the UN in Geneva on global challenges in the 21st century, where we were really trying, and it's interesting, and I'm happy that we didn't spend our whole time in this conference focused on the problems. We know the problems, and we have many people here who have been studying them in depth. The question is solutions for those problems. But I started out in my opening comments just briefly summarizing these global challenges and their continue to increase and continue to raise the level of sense of insecurity in spite of all the progress we've made. And I commented that my own view is education is the greatest invention of humanity. It's not the wheel or the computer or even the internet, though they're phenomenal advances for us. But education is really our instrument for conscious social evolution. I think what we've heard here in all of the sessions is the fact that our world, not just our planet, but our humanity, is undergoing very rapid transformation, very rapid change. And our institutions are simply not able to keep pace with that. We've singled out for discussion in this conference the role of education in it. And this discussion itself is part of a bigger picture. Phoebe focused very rightly on the challenges represented by the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as posing a comprehensive framework, which it certainly is. The humanity has never had such a clear and so much consensus on what are the issues we need to address. But when we try to, and we see, and it's been I think a consensus of this conference, as well as what we've just heard from two speakers, is that our educational system is not effectively aligned to what the needs we have today. And that goes not just for economics or for climate sciences or anything. I think we've heard in every session, and we've covered a very broad range of disciplines in this discussion and had representation from many more, that none of our disciplines, none of our thinking, none of our education is fully attuned and adjusted to meet the challenges we're facing today. And I don't see that so much as a criticism. We need to take it critically. We can't afford to be complacent about it. But I think it's intended as a perspective to see where we are. We're simply at a point where the need for change, the need for widening our thought processes, not only transcending disciplinary boundaries, which has been a main theme of the work of the Academy and World University Consortium over 5 previous conferences, but also our national boundaries and our national conceptions. And human security is all about the fact that we need to change the way we think about security, because the greatest security threats today are not limited to our traditional definition of security on which the UN was founded and our Security Council of the UN was framed. These challenges embrace all dimensions of human existence, yet our institutions are not fully, have not fully risen to the occasion yet of evolving to adapt to the magnitude of those challenges, not only across different challenges, not only across different disciplines, but as has been mentioned many times, the challenges we face today are much more global. They're not only interdependent with each other, but we depend on the action of the whole humanity in order to address them. So these are evolutionary challenges. And the changes we need, it's not just a question, I think, of fixing our educational system, though there's certainly tremendous progress can be made and many very valuable insights have come up, and we heard of some very exciting models of what's being done in education today. I think it's a larger question of realigning all of the institutions of national and global society in order to adjust, to accommodate to a change in perspective. The World Academy was founded in 1960 by very eminent intellectuals, many of them very eminent scientists, who came to the conclusion that science needed to reorient itself. That the scientists who had developed, and our founders were very instrumental in the development of nuclear weapons, simply could not afford to consider themselves in an ivory tower of doing fundamental research, and that the responsibilities for the world lie elsewhere. And in the mid-50s, scientists from all over the world gathered and said, we need to take responsibility for the consequences of our work. We are no longer one of many powers in the world. Science has shown after World War II, it has a tremendous central role in the fate and future and destiny of humanity. And that led to the founding of the World Academy of Art and Science. What we saw then in science, we have since seen in virtually every field, that however great the accomplishments have been, and we cannot underestimate the tremendous accomplishments of science in the 20th century, or of other fields, or of economy. But what Phoebe has been describing in her wonderful presentation in the session a few hours ago, about the need to change our measures and thinking in economics, we've seen in the last 2 decades, economics has been undergoing a radical reorientation, at least with the development of sustainability economics, ecological economics, formulating new measures, now probably more than 1,000 measures to supplement or replace the narrow conception of GDP. So this is an evolutionary change that we've seen in science. One of our projects of one of our research organizations partnering with the Academy, Force for Good, has published 2 reports on the role of the financial institutions, with some out of $400 or $450 trillion in financial resources, studying how much of that is actually going into addressing the Sustainable Development Goals. And for the first time, publishing information on that, because it's never been disclosed before at the macro level. And we find virtually less than 10% of it. So what does that tell us about our global financial institutions? Our global financial system is not primarily oriented towards addressing the most fundamental challenges facing humanity, in spite of the fact that those institutions depend for their very existence and future on the stability of society, on the security of human beings, on the stability and predictability of the future. And the work that's being done with them is, and they agree, and they honestly agree that they need to change and reorient themselves. And now 2 months ago, when we launched the Human Security Project, we met with the technology leaders of the world at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas, of all places, where the largest, the 5-7 largest corporations in the world today, all technology leaders, and thousands of others, and 120,000 expert business leaders, technology leaders in the field, where human security was released as the theme, first time in 50 years that a CES exhibition, the largest in the world, has been themed. And they agreed. The association agreed, the executives agreed, the board agreed, and the leaders of the corporations agreed. We cannot operate in a vacuum. We cannot operate simply as businesses. We have to realize the tremendous power of technology, either for good or for bad. It's a double-edged sword. It's going to either make the future of humanity, or it's going to undermine all the progress we've made. We need to accept that business must reorient itself and accept its social purpose, as finance must accept its social purpose, its human purpose. So I'm saying this to say, I don't think what we're saying in this conference and the very important insights that have been revealed already are unique. It's been true of science. It's been true of finance. It's been true of technology. It's been true of economic theory. In fact, I would say it's true of the arts as well. And there was a comment in the other session that we haven't had enough artists, and one I fully endorse. Though it's that in the name of the Academy, we have not had enough emphasis on the arts, but the arts, the cinema, all of the arts have a critically important role to play in our coming through this transition and addressing these problems as well. Every discipline has a role to play. In one of the fascinating discussions, I think it was yesterday, the last session, which Ralph Wolf handled on models of education in the future, the work of California State University at Chico, where they're arguing that climate change is not a special subject. It should be in every class. Every class in every subject should be related to climate change. And I would say a summary conclusion of this conference is every class, every discipline, every subject of knowledge has a direct relevance, or should have a direct relevance to and contribution to human security. And what we've set out in discussing at this conference is only to identify that need to catalog the importance. Just before this, we had the session Jonathan Granoff led on the role of law. And it's very fascinating, especially for those who have not come through a legal education, to know that even human rights and even international law is not a required central subject for the vast majority of those who go through a legal education, let alone, of course, the ecological implications, the implications of the SDGs, the implications of human security. So what we could say from this is all our institutions in global society have evolved over long periods of time as dimensions of our whole lives. And now we see, as Phoebe mentioned, they're all interconnected, they're all interdependent, they're all interrelated, and we need to bring them all together. And that's not just a question of bringing everybody into the room. Each discipline has to undergo a reflection and consider how far are we really related to the fundamental issues facing humanity today, and how far are we contributing to those solutions. And I think that's a strong message that has emerged from the sessions today, leaves much, much more work to be done, raises more questions than it answers. And perhaps many feel already tackling one part of it, what Phoebe's accepted on her, the burden that she's accepted with the network. Why would anyone want to add anything more to that? It embraces so much. I think it's not a question of burdening any particular group more. It's a question of everybody taking responsibility. Every discipline has a responsibility for this. Every field and institution in society has a responsibility. We've been focusing today on the responsibility of, in the last 3 days, on the responsibility and opportunities and necessity for educational institutions. When we were with the business technology leaders in Las Vegas, we were talking about the responsibilities of business. And the third report of the Force for Good on the technology as a force for good came up with a very important recommendation. I know Phoebe's very familiar with it already, that actually about 40, maybe even 60% of the investment needs, or let's say the financial deficit in funding the SDGs, could be met through technological innovation and technological application and dissemination, if we really recognize how important this is and channel all our resources for it. And I think that's the same message that we have today, that education is an instrument for conscious social transformation. It has been so vital to our progress up until now, but compared with the magnitude and speed and complexity of our world, we simply can't be complacent. And we can't be pointing the fingers at anybody. We all have to change. We met after CES, we met with the interfaith groups, the religious groups in New York, in their 9th international conference, where they have very much come together and recognized the differences between religions are much less important than the similarities and the shared values and the power that they have over hundreds of millions of people in the world. And they accepted the theme of human security and what much more can be done by the faith-based groups, the interfaith groups, in supporting this cause. Donato's leading our work with the Interparliamentary Union on what parliamentarians all over the world need to understand. And we've been commissioned by the Interparliamentary Union to work with them on messaging to how to not just educate, inform the parliamentarians who are framing laws all over the world at the national level to understand the importance of their contribution to sustainability and to peace, stability, and of course to human security. And we think this is what the Human Security Campaign for All is all about. We're not focusing on one point. We're trying to mobilize all the resources of global society, because we think nothing short of that is necessary. This is conscious social evolution. It's not done by governments. It's not done by multilateral institutions, though they have a critical role to play. It can't be done just by economists. We need the business leaders. We need the civil society organizations. More than anything, we need the youth who are going to inherit the earth to contribute in all possible ways. And we see that awakening of youth today, which unprecedented, at least in my view, since the 60s, but perhaps much more than we ever saw, and more organized and more connected than then. We need to mobilize all of our resources together for this. I think this conference has helped us identify many areas and threads we need to work on. It's only the first step for us as part of this campaign in the field of education. We're coming out with a publication, which I hope everybody's familiar with. We've already extended an invitation and a request that what has been discussed here at the conference be given in writing so it can be published and studied and disseminated much more widely in order to help us frame recommendations in education as we're working with business and finance and parliamentarians and interfaith groups and NGOs in other areas. We need the participation of everybody in this effort. And if I could, Donato, just take a minute when I have it, to thank all those who have made this possible. Our partners, long list of partners, World University Consortium, which Remus heads, the European SDSN network, which among the many that Phoebe heads, Black Sea University Network, UNESCO Bridges, which ran several sessions here, Force for Good, which Ketan Patel heads, Arizona State University, their Global Futures Laboratory, London School of Economics Ideas Group, which is working on human security, the Jena Declaration, which I think they set a record. I think Benno Werlin organized 4 or 5 sessions at the conference, wonderful sessions covering a range of issues. The International Anti-Corruption Academy, which Jonathan and Thomas Stelzer represent. Apart from that, 120 plus speakers and all of the participants. I wanted to thank you and our team at WAS and Mother Service Society for putting this all together. For us, it's not an end of anything, it's a beginning. We invite you and need your collaboration. This is a campaign, means we can all do it together. It's not for any organization to do it by yourselves. So, and thank you all for very rich, helpful contributions.
Thank you, Gary. I think that this concludes the conference. I don't think that we could add more words at this point. I mean, unless there is the urgency from the 2 other speakers to add a comment. I think that Gary covered all salient points. It's hard to process a conference like this in 15 minutes, but I think you already did so. More has to be metabolized for sure, and more will be produced out of this conference. But already to have this rendition helps us remembering what this conference is all about: human security. So thank you. Thanks again, Phoebe, Ramos, and all the others for being with us today, and for your continued support and participation into this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you.